What's going on, Washington fans? Welcome back to the JTFB channel. We are live for free agency day 2. Guys, yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was nuts. I know, like, for us, it was a little quiet, even though, like, the tons of trade and stuff, but the stream was nuts, guys. We had, like, 18,000 viewers yesterday, which is nuts. We were live for, like, 6 hours and 45 minutes. I don't know how we did it. It was nuts, but we're going to do it again today for the love of the game. But we got a lot to catch up on. Obviously, we just made a signing literally right before I got on, so we will talk about that. I'll get to the chats. I see y'all have been in here for a while, so I appreciate y'all. But first, let's talk about the signing that literally just happened. If I can find it. Mike Garofalo, bada boom, bada bing. Or you know what? I'll show mine because there's a video that I found of him as well that I like. All right, let me pull it up. So we just signed a safety. It's not Javon Holland. I know. I know. But we signed Will Harris to a 2-year, $8 million deal, worth up to $10 million, according to Mike Garofalo. This is a guy who was with the Lions for a while. Excuse me. And then made it over to the Saints. And he's, in my opinion, he's like one of those under the radar guys, like not a household name by any means, but I like what this guy brings. And like just looking at like Saints fans and like reporters and stuff, they were actually pretty bummed about losing Will Harris just now. But I mean, I found a clip of like Will Harris plays, and I was like, hell yeah. Like, this is exactly what Dan Quinn and Joe Witt talk about, like arriving violently and just a safety that's not afraid to stick his nose in there. He's played in a lot of places. So we'll look at really how the Saints used him. And of course, this is a good one. Bam, laying out CeeDee Lamb. Like that. That's what I like to see. That's that physical safety play that just doesn't exist much today. And I mean, yeah, he made some big plays. Like I said, the hits showed up, but also the coverage ability is getting a pick here on Bryce Young. I feel like it's one of those players once again that, like, I'm not going to say Frankie Louvu because Frankie Louvu turned out to be really, really good. But I just think it's one of those players that not a lot of people really know or think about. But Lance Newmark was like, hey, I had this guy in Detroit. He was a dog. Like I said, he was actually played, very well for the Saints last year. So they were kind of pissed to lose him. But I don't think this just solidifies the safety room, but this at least gives you some possibilities in the safety room. So let me get to some chats. Like I said, some of y'all were up in here at 8 a.m. in the chat. I wasn't even awake yet. Let's see what we got going on. Let me try to catch up. Will Harris is violent. See, exactly. I like it. Reminds me of Ryan Clark. What's going on, Billy? Laramie Tunsil's not gonna be playing with the gas mask, but we got a dog. We got a franchise left tackle. What's going on, everybody? There's a lot of moves that happened last night, and then this morning there was a giant flurry. So we'll get to that. We'll get to getting caught up on everything, but I do just want to take a second and let's see the best way to do this. Let me go to PFF and see where they really lined up Will Harris. Not Harry. See where because I feel like they did line him up at like corner and stuff too. Like they aligned him up. He had, let's see, 27 receptions allowed, 3 pass breakups, 3 total pressures at safety. Don't really expect that. Yards per reception allowed, passer rating allowed, 1 interception. Did have 11 missed tackles, no sacks, 18 stops, 1 forced fumble, 14 assists, and 61 solo tackles. Like, that's a good bit of solo tackles. Let's just see where he lined up at real quick. He's 6'1", 206 is what they have him listed at. So he played 352 at free safety. So that's interesting because it kind of feels like, that was kind of Quan's spot. But he also played 257 in the box, so it's not like he, can't play there. For a guy that's 6'1", 206, and the way he tackles and run support and everything, maybe he is your strong safety, or maybe he's that third guy that rotates in like they did with Percy Butler. But I mean, he played 938 snaps, so that's a good bit last year. But on that, I mean, that's a super cheap deal. 2 years, $8 million up to 10. I'm sure it's like incentive based, whatever. But like maybe he starts at strong safety, and then maybe but I don't think this stops you from getting Nick Amanwari, a Malachi Starks, like a high end safety. This was a pretty reliable dude for the Saints last year. And I mean, they just played him all over the place, even put him out wide corner, played 113 snaps in the slot. So he can go to a lot of different places. But if I had to, I can't really project where he's going to play right now, because it really depends on what they decide to do in the draft, but then also like with Quan Martin, like what that looks like. But he can play in a lot of spots. So I'm interested to see where he played, mostly lined up. 2023 played a lot of slot, so played a lot of slot in 2022, and then kind of just got moved to safety. I mean, at this point he was with the Lions, like, and they just had him at all kind of spots. So, I'm gonna leave it up to DQ and AP to really decide where he's gonna play at. But it once again just kind of solidifies things. Like, hell, maybe they put him in the slot, and maybe they just leave Mikey outside again, which I don't think is out of the question. But same can be said about Quan. Quan Martin played a lot in the slot. But not a lot in the slot, but he did at Illinois. He can play there. His rookie year for us, he played in the slot. But maybe Quan goes out there and they put Will Harris at free safety. It just leaves you a lot of different things you can do, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like, this is a sure guy. Like Javon Holland, he would have for sure been the free safety, or like Jeremy Chin is for sure a strong safety type of guy. So he's right in that kind of between 6'1", 206. Like he's not like 215, but he's also not, 195 pounds. You know what I'm saying? So there's just a lot that can go with it. So Adam Peters did not cost us 2 valuable players. He clearly was interested in those players. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it for sure. People saying like, oh, we're not signing anybody, blah, 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 blah. Like, how come we're not doing anyone? Like, what's going on, Robert? Appreciate you, man. If Will Harris is a solid tackler, then W. So and yes, Twitter is actually working today. So I plan on today going much better than yesterday, even though we still killed it yesterday. But I just, we did lose Javon Holland to the Giants. That did surprise me, especially how cheap he went. And Bray, I'll get to that. I'll pull up my list of some guys. Someone said there's a Commander's log tonight. That'd be cool. I don't really know what they would do it on. But I would like to see a Commander's log like of free agency, if that's how they decide to do. That would be sick. And then like kind of like what they did for the draft last year, like do it again this year. But Will Harris, I will say though, it is an interesting one. But we're going to talk about the Javon Kinlaw contract, because those numbers came out, and I told y'all we're going to talk about when it came out. Obviously, Tunzel we talked about a lot yesterday. I just want us to talk about this as a whole. And of course, they're going to update it with Will Harris here now. I just want to talk about this as a whole, and maybe that's where we should start. Is talk people off the ledge. Let me get back to the noties real quick. In case something happens. So yeah, the deal's not officially done yet. It will come out Wednesday. Yeah, Holland, I don't know. He was saying he wanted all kind of things, but apparently he has family ties with the Giants, so that really helped things for him. He did talk about the Giants in that little video. I know we all saw that video where he was like, "I want to go to a winning team with a players coach and a good quarterback," and like none of that is what the Giants have. But apparently he's got family ties there, so whatever. That's what he wanted to do. Okay, so we do have a Commanders Law coming out tonight. 7 p.m. Okay. Go ahead and repost that. And I honestly want to go down here pretty far because, like I said, there was a lot of different moves. John Allen lands with the Vikings. We'll talk about his contract as well. Let's just catch up real quick. That's what we're going to do. Let's catch up real quick, and then I'll jump over to Kinlaw, and I'll talk about the big picture items. But I do want to just come down here. Oh, we're going to talk about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, too. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that trade that the Eagles did. Don't worry. As much as the Eagles talk about us, we're going to talk about them today. And I said I'm not going to ever talk about them until like something happens. But their off season's been one to watch. I'll say that. Let me just see. We'll start. Yeah, Ertz is back in the building. Bates was back in the building. I'm probably giving y'all like flashes right now with all this scrolling. And I'm gonna get to some more chats here in a second as well. But I mean, yesterday, like I said, there was a lot of people that came off the board. God, it's already been this is 6 hours ago. That's how long this has already been going on. So let's start here. Cornelius Lucas late last night ended up going to the Browns. Like that does suck. I feel like a lot of fans really liked Cornelius Lucas. Reed is still available. Yep. But I did really want to keep him because of that depth at tackle. And, you know, he was a reliable guy. He started a good bit of games for us until we really just ramped up Brandon Coleman to really, you know, be the guy for the season. So I really wanted to keep him. I get it though. Like 2 years, 10 million at his age. He's like, what, 33? I want to say Cornelius Lucas is 33. Let me check. I don't want to be wrong. Yeah, so 33, and he's going to turn 34 before the season. So like he's up on the, you know, higher side. Which there's nothing wrong with that. Like I had one of my guys from Cleveland hit me up late last night when it happened and asked me about him. I was like, dude, he's really solid. Like he's a really solid guy. But you know, it does suck losing that depth on the offensive line. You know, you get Laramie Tunsil. Coleman can always kick out the left tackle. Worst case, I think he goes into left guard. I would love, you know, to make sure. I'm pretty sure Trent Scott is a free agent too. But yesterday when we checked on here, it didn't have him listed as a free agent, which is kind of weird. But I'm pretty sure Trent Scott. I thought he was a free agent, but maybe he's not. But it would just be nice to have that depth at tackle. So now we can kind of add that to the list of things we need because you don't really have any depth, you know, behind Wiley. If Wiley is your guy at right tackle, which I feel like that's like worst case scenario, you know, Trent Scott could always kick out there, but then maybe he plays right guard. That left side, in my opinion, from Laramie Tunsil, Brandon Coleman at left guard, Tyler Biotish at center, maybe Nick Allegretti goes over to right guard until Cosme comes back. I don't know. But now, God, all these pop-ups. But now you do just have to focus on that right side of the line. You do have to just focus on right guard, right tackle, and I think you could do so in the draft. You know, guy like Marcus Mbow, if y'all remember that mock draft I did yesterday real quick, you know, first few picks, a guy like Marcus Mbow, Johnny Cornelius would fit, in my opinion, especially again the run game. There's a lot of options, but now you really have to focus on that right side. But we did lose Cornelius Lucas for those that missed it super late last night. Some of y'all are probably wide awake like me, and some of y'all were probably slumped. So, yep, Zach Ertz was officially back. Same with Bates today. Let's get to some chats real quick, and then we'll talk John Allen, talk about that contract. Trade back scenario. Yep. Newsome is available. Yes. So that's something like I said. The guy, if y'all remember, some of y'all might remember this exact time last year in March when I told y'all that we called and checked in on Greg Newsome. Nothing got done. They kept Newsome this year. I checked with that same guy, like my Cleveland connect. I have a couple of connects like with other teams. Not a lot in Washington, surprisingly, but other teams and stuff like that. But I asked him late last night. I was like, "Hey, are y'all still trying to trade Newsome?" And he said, "Yep." They were actually trying to get Brandon Ayuk, and they included Newsome in a deal for Ayuk, and he said it just didn't go through for whatever reason. But he said Greg Newsome was still available, so I'd be fine with that. If it's like a 4th, 5th round pick, like I'm fine with that, because then you, instead of having to draft a corner, like probably pretty high, you just trade a pick. So everyone's like, "Oh, you're going to trade away another pick." You're going to use one of those picks on a corner anyways. Like, instead of, I don't have the Tankathon. We're going to have to bring everything up today. I'll bring Spot Track up as well, but Tankathon. And just talking about, picks and stuff, everyone's like, "Oh, you would trade a 4th round pick for a corner?" But yeah, because you're going to have to. So we don't have 238, by the way. We sent that over with the Larry Tunzel, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks. So if you sent, I don't know if I would send 127 for Newsome, but I might. But still, like, we know we're trading back, or a pick next year, whatever. Hell, who cares? If you don't get a corner here in free agency, like, you got to draft a corner. So instead of maybe you draft one at 61, I would rather have Newsome for 127 and just pay him, because we have the money still. I think Spot Track said we still have like 55 mil, something like that. You're going to extend Terry, so you're going to get more money. Like, we're not short on money by any means. Like, are we in like the Patriots category of like money? No. But we got money to spend. So like, if you're gonna draft a corner anyways, who cares if you trade one pick for a young, good corner? It's better than taking a flyer on some random corner at 127, and you don't know what the hell you're about to get. You don't know if he's ready to start day one. I would trade that for Newsome. I don't care if we go into the draft with 4 picks, because I know we're going to trade back and still end up with 7 guys by Saturday night after the draft. It's like, I'm not worried about it. Now, if you could trade 207 for him, hell yeah, I'm trading 207 for Newsome. But I think it might take 127, just because he is a young corner and he is good. He can play inside, he can play outside. I do like Newsome a lot. Browns fans really love Newsome. So, but people are like, why would you trade another pick for him? I'm not saying we're trading 29, but I'm saying you're going to draft one anyways. So, who cares? Like, if you're drafting one, then go ahead and trade one for the corner. Like, what's the difference? Phillips said, "Josh, do you think Newmark kicks the tires on a Jeff Okudah, man?" I don't know how I feel about Okudah. Like, I just never lived up to the hype. It's just, I mean, I feel like you could get him super cheap. Maybe you take a flyer and hope he can play up to his potential, but a depth guy, sure. We definitely need some depth guys. There's a guy I brought up today that, I'll talk about. Like I said, we got a lot we're going to talk about, guys. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. A guy that we checked in on last off season, and there's some depth guys out there, but we're still looking for that starter, whether it's in the slot or whether it is on the outside. And there's still some guys out there. And Darius Slay, I know that he's having talks with the Steelers. That was mentioned yesterday. He's having talks. They have not agreed to a deal yet. So Darius Slay is still out there. If it's a 1-year deal, who cares? Fuck it, I'd go for it. I think we're saving money to trade for Hendrickson. Doubt it, but there's a possibility. I'm not rolling them out of the Hendrickson deal. Eagles defense won't be able to stop us next year. I believe they lost too many pieces. So that's a good point to bring it up. CJ Gardner-Johnson, Josh Sweat, Milton Williams. Who else do they lose? I mean, Nakobe Dean, injury-wise, I don't know if he plays next season. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Maybe not. But, I mean, that right there, I'm surprised by CJ Gardner-Johnson. I thought he was a big piece of that defense. And then you traded him for a guard that has been really bad since he got drafted. But if there's a team that can fix Kenyon Green, it is the Eagles. But we'll see. I was just surprised that they traded CJ Gardner-Johnson because I thought he was like the pulse of that defense. Like the aggressiveness, in my opinion, that like dog mentality was coming from him. So I was surprised. Another young dude's going to have to step up probably. So it's interesting to see what the Eagles are doing. We'll see how it works out next season, though. Mandalorian AP doing his job. Nobody knew his plan. And his plan took us to last year, and his plan took us to the NFC Championship game. True. He's already making us better. Y'all crying over a bunch of Jags getting overpaid by these other bum-ass teams. So I don't disagree at all. Like I said, Newsome trade probably, in my opinion, it'd be like a fourth or a fifth. Get Ayuk. I just don't see it. I don't think wide receiver is nearly as big as a need as people think it is. Right now, it's like fifth on my list. The Debo trade helps out so much because now, like, imagine last year's room without Diami, then you add Debo. Like, look what Jaden was able to do with those wide receivers and elevate them. Now, I would still like to go get Nick Westbrook-Akine or draft somebody, in the fourth or the sixth or something like that, and then Jaden Daniels is going to elevate their game. Like, but I'm not pressed on like, oh, let's go get another dominant wide receiver here or there. That can be next year's first round pick. Because like I said, this wide receiver class is decent. It's not like crazy by any means. If you're not taking anyone in the first or like Jaden Higgins, everyone else is a big wild card. Even Trey Harris, as much as I love Trey Harris, he's still a wild card. You don't know what you're about to get with him. So if we just make like one more signing, I mean, Michael Gallup, I'm not here to convince you on Michael Gallup, but I'm just saying like he's here. Hold on, I need some water. Look, AP's got me choked up. Hold on one second. Hold on. All right, I think I'm good now. Wide receiver, like if you make one or two solid signings, bring back Olamide Zaccheaus. I would bring back Noah Brown. Like I said, maybe assign one and then you just draft one. I really think the trade for Debo kicked that need for wide receiver farther down than what a lot of people want to realize. Like, I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, we have to take a wide receiver at like 61. I'm not saying they won't, but I'm just saying that need for another outside dominant wide receiver, like that next guy up, like our T. Higgins, could be T. Higgins because if he doesn't sign a long-term deal. But for me, it kicks it to next year. If you want a really, really good dominant wide receiver that you feel like you're going to get a sure thing out of that can be a number one guy, that's next season. Like I said, Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State is probably like the only guy, if he makes it to 61, I would be surprised. If he gets to 61, but that would be like the only guy in really the first two rounds where I'm like, yes, go get that guy. Like, we need that over an edge, over a corner, over another right tackle, or like a top safety or something. If that depends on what falls, but I think the rest of these signings that we see today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. I mean, this is going to go on for a while. It's not like tomorrow's like the cutoff for it. The rest of these signings are really going to lay out how the draft is going to be. And then talking about Will Harris. If Will Harris is your starting guy next season, so be it. Does it stop you from, getting if someone's there at if Nick Amanwari is there at 29 and Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are like, that's my guy, he needs to be here. It doesn't stop you from doing that because Nick Harris can rotate around. He can fill in at free safety. He can fill in the slot. If you're doing 3 safety sets, cover 3. He can be your box guy, but he can also drop into coverage. You just have so much you can do with Will Harris. It doesn't stop you from improving, but at the same time, you're not so pressed like, oh my God, we need another safety. Maybe they just love Will Harris. Maybe that's the case. And they got him on a really good deal. So if that's the case, they have Quan Martin on a rookie deal. They have Harris making $4.5 million a year at safety. In my opinion, I don't think Derek Force is going to be back next year. And I would be surprised if they keep Percy Butler. Maybe he's like your practice squad safety guy, but maybe Harris, because I saw too much Percy Butler last year. Maybe Will Harris is that guy that rotates in and fills in that spot sometimes. And maybe in other sets, they move him. Like if it's like a big dime or something like that, they move him to the inside and corner. So I feel like there's so much you can do with Will Harris. I don't mind that at all. Yes, I really wanted Javon Holland. But maybe they just weren't, first off, Holland wanted to go to the Giants once again because of the family ties. But I was surprised at the money. Maybe they just weren't willing to invest that much money at the safety spot. And if they're high on Quan, cool. We saw Quan start to break out, had some big plays. Saw in that Lions game, big play. So maybe they're also expecting a big jump from Quan Martin. But then you also have to talk about Tyler Owens. And I know he's like a very, on the back burner kind of guy right now. I don't think it stops you from getting Justin Reed if you can get Justin Reed at a good price. But that's the thing with AP. He's not going to do these deals if it's like, okay, it kind of hinders us and it kind of stops us from improving that position in the draft need be. And if he feels like he's overpaying, like if you don't know that by now, just by seeing of how he builds his free agent, like teams, yes, he'll be aggressive in trading for a Laramie Tunsil, a Deebo Samuel, a Marshawn Lattimore. But guys, what's crazy enough is, and ignore this 238 here. We traded for Marshawn Lattimore at the end of the season, or trade deadline, Deebo Samuel, and a franchise left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. And we still have a first, a second, a fourth, a sixth, and a seventh. We're just missing a third and a fifth. And we traded for a starting outside corner who, if he's healthy next season, yeah, that's great. Then you got Deebo Samuel, your wide receiver 2, and a franchise left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. How can you be mad at that? I don't care. To be honest with you, I don't care if we don't sign another player in free agents. Like we obviously will. But the fact that he traded away 2 picks in a really bad draft and landed and turned them into, and then don't even mention trading Jahan Dotson to get a pick. He traded Jahan Dotson, got a third, flipped all of these picks into Marshawn Lattimore, Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil. Like I just want people to really think about that. If Howie Roseman would have done that, oh my God, people would be kissing his feet. But for some reason, Washington fans are so upset because we didn't sign Khalil Mack, or we didn't sign Javon Holland, or we didn't get Charvarius Ward. And I know I really wanted them. But the fact that we were in the NFC Championship game last year and we got a franchise, guys, not even just a good left tackle, an elite left tackle. One of the, I think he's the second best left tackle in the NFL behind Trent Williams. If Trent Williams is a 99 like overall rating, Laramie Tunsil's probably a 98, 97. And he's younger than Trent. We probably want, we have Tunsil on a really good deal for 2 years. It's like 21 and a half, I think it is, or 20 and a half, 21 and a half the next 2 seasons. That's nothing. And then after next season, you can extend him and he's even cheaper. And you have him longer. And I know we traded picks for next year, but who cares? We traded 2 picks for next year too? Guys, we have a legit franchise tackle. This is the best left tackle we've had since Trent Williams. I can't stress enough how big that is. We have been pressed of trying to find a quarterback, trying to find a left tackle. Well, we have both. So to be honest with you, I don't give a damn what they do for the rest of the team, because I'd be a hypocrite, because you know how many years we were talking, oh, we need a left tackle since Trent's gone. Oh my God, we're in quarterback hell. Like, guys, he figured out both in 1 season. And then, an off season after that season. So I'm not worried about what AP does the rest of the season. If he decides what's good for the team, I'm with it. But it's just shocked me. There were so many people last night that I saw people just saying like, "Oh my God, he's just like Ron Rivera. He's like, I'm done with him." Blah blah blah. Like I get it. Like it's so exciting when we sign big players. It's so exciting. But guys, holy shit, we got Laramie Tunzel, Debo Samuel, and Marshawn Lattimore, and we still have 5 picks next season. So, and I mean, yes, trading back at 29 is very much an option. Very much an option. Say you go back to like 34, 35, something like that, and then you pick up a third and a fifth when you do that. Then you have a full draft slate. So what would people be mad about? We don't have 238. Okay, who cares? Whatever. You trade back from 29, say you go to 33, 34, you pick up a third and a fifth. You still got a very, very early second, almost a first, another second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh. And you don't have to worry about a left tackle. You don't have to worry about a number 2 wide receiver because that's what Debo is. So now we just keep building up. We just keep building the team. I'm going to trust him. I'm going to trust what he's doing. But let's get back. I just wanted to say that because like people are saying like, oh my God, we haven't signed anybody. Like the 2 people we lost. The 2 people we lost are Jonathan Allen, which not me, but because I love John Allen. A lot of fans, oh my God, he's underperforming. He's paid way too much. But now he's gone. Oh, we could have just kept John Allen instead of paying Javon Kinlaw. This is the same fan base that kept saying, oh, John Allen is getting paid way too much, blah, blah, blah. He's not playing up to his potential. Same with Deron Payne. But as soon as he goes somewhere else and we sign a young guy, oh my God, we could have just gave that to John Allen. Fans, you cannot tell me this is wrong. Fans would have been pissed if we said, hey, John Allen, we're giving you a 3-year, $60 million deal. I promise you, fans would have been irate. Are you kidding me? He just tore his pectoral muscle. He hasn't been good since the last time he got paid. What did he do to deserve this? So, like, I love John Allen. Was I going to pay him a 3-year, $60 million deal? No. I'm not paying him $20 million a year on the back end of his career. So sometimes I just sit back and watch because it's just so funny. Like I remember certain people, and like I've had people like John Allen sucks. Why? Like we need to trade him. Blah 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 blah. But as soon as we let him go, and someone goes and pays him some gigantic contract, all of a sudden it's what is AP doing? Like, why did he just not pay John Allen? Why the hell would he go pay Javon Kinlaw? And we're going to talk about Javon Kinlaw's contract. We're going to talk about it. And if you're new here, first off, hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button. Like I said, guys, we went fucking nuts yesterday, so I appreciate y'all. But I want y'all to know if I feel a certain way about something, if I don't like something, I tell it like it is. I'm not some ass-kissing, overly positive dude. I am a fan too. Like I'm not just here to talk y'all off a ledge, but I'm gonna give y'all my honest thought on something. So if it's positive, cool. If it's negative, it's negative. You might agree, you might disagree. But with this one, there's no way we were going to pay John Allen that much. No way. So yeah, San Francisco 49ers, I see people in the chat saying it. Leonard Floyd got released by the 49ers. He had 8.5 sacks last season. So maybe that's a guy that could rotate in that we go ahead and sign. We'll look into him as well. Got a bunch of people mentioning me on Twitter about it. But who knows? Maybe, yeah, Jay. Maybe he is a Fowler replacement, which I don't see him coming back at all. BT, you're cooking. There's an out after next year on Kinlaw's contract, only $5.5 million dead cap if team releases him. So we'll pull it up. We'll pull it up here in a second. But I just wanted to show y'all. I just wanted to catch y'all up to speed on everything. John Allen with the Vikings, Javon Kinlaw with the Giants. Daniel Jones went to the Colts. That was another one. Melifuanu. And by the way, I think, to be honest with you, I think the Giants have had a good offseason too. If they can figure out their quarterback situation, if they can like trade up and get Cam Ward, I think they'll be a much better team next year. Maybe I'm wrong, but I really like the moves they've made. Not even just, getting Javon Holland, but I really like the Paulson and Debo move too. Bringing back Darius Slayton. I thought that was big too. I think Chauncey Golson's underrated. Tommy DeVito. They just got to figure out their quarterback situation, but I feel like we've had the best offseason in NFC East so far, adding Debo, adding Laramie Tunzel. But free agency signing wise, the Giants are probably having the best one in the NFC East. I feel like the Eagles, man. I feel like they've lost a lot of people. Maybe they're the worst ones. Javon Hargrave went to the Vikings too. That was a guy we were watching. A familiar face, obviously, with AP. Vikings are bolstering up that interior D line. And then, kind of talked about it a little bit. CJ Gardner-Johnson traded to the Texans for Kenyon Green plus a pick swap. Like I said, I was surprised by that they just let him go. Poor guy. He's moved every single year. Like, that sucks. And then Daniel Jones, Giants legend, going to the Colts. That'll be interesting to see two mid quarterbacks with Daniel Jones and Richardson going at it for starting quarterback. I feel bad for Colts fans, and I feel bad for players that went to the Colts in free agency. I think they're gonna be bad. Shout out to my boy Max Crosby. That's my dog. Favorite player in the league that's not on Washington. Think we're pretty much caught up. Will Harris, obviously, we've talked about him a good bit. We'll circle back on him for the people that pop up in here late. Christian Fulton was a guy I was looking at that I was interested in. Outside corner, played at LSU. I thought he was really solid with the Chargers. Maybe not a starter, maybe just a really good rotator guy. But he's gone to the Chiefs. And I'll pull up my list of guys that I'm looking at for today as well. I know I've had that in the chat as well. So we'll talk about that. My boy Booby got cut. Booby's gone. No more boobies in Carolina. Will Smith. Yep. All right, I think we're pretty much caught up. And for those that are popping in late, there's a Commander's log tonight. I did not expect that, but I am locked in. 7 p.m. That's probably right when I'll get off the stream. 6 o'clock Central Time. Leonard Floyd, Zay Jones going back to Arizona. Browns made a signing. Cool. So let me show you all this real quick, and we'll go over to Javon Kinlaw's contract and look my ugly mug, and we'll talk about everything. Well, here's so we'll talk about this too. These are the players I was watching for. No, not promote. Of course, it's going to be stuck on there. A few players I'm watching for today. DeMarcus Lawrence, D-Lo, obviously the connection with DQ. Had that foot injury, didn't require surgery, the Lisfranc injury. If you're going to get him on a 1-year deal, rotate him in, cool. Justin Simmons, safety, might be out now with Will Harris, who knows. Like I said, Darius Slayton, they haven't agreed to a deal yet. So something to kind of watch for. Fulton's off. Nick Westbrook-Akine and Elijah Moore, like my 2 wide receivers. I'm looking for those depth guys once again, like maybe wide receiver 3s, 4s, depending on who we bring back. Justin Reed at safety. Same thing with Will Harris. Don't know if that stops him. But I don't know what Justin Reed's going to really be demanding. DeMarcus Robinson, Tyler Lockett, also some other wide receivers I'm looking at on the outside. I wouldn't mind Lockett on a 1-year deal. Or DeMarcus Robinson. I thought DeMarcus Robinson was a guy who produced, even with, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua in LA. When they were hurt, he would come in, and I actually like DeMarcus Robinson a lot. I didn't put Kupp on this list just because he hasn't been cut yet. He gets cut on Wednesday. But Eric Stokes, corner depth, Mike Hilton, corner depth, maybe your slot guy. Same as Stephon Gilmore, played with Dan Quinn, pretty much revived his career with Dan Quinn. Charles Omenihu from the Chiefs at edge, and then Will Hernandez for a guard is a guy I'm looking for. So Slay, there was talks that he went to the Steelers. They have not agreed to a term yet. Sounds like they were just talks, but it's not. And I know like everything becomes official tomorrow at 4. It's not that kind of thing. They haven't even agreed to a legit deal yet. It was kind of like talks are heating up with them, but we'll see. It sounds like it's not a lock-in deal with the Steelers yet, so it's at least on my radar. My boy Joe said, "I don't care how old Leonard Floyd is. Dude has been on fire the last 4 years." Yeah, he has been. He has been balling. Like I said, he was second on the team with 8.5 sacks last year. That's big. I think he would fit in well as well. Lockett to the Chiefs has been rumored. That would be interesting. Apparently, they are willing to unload a bag on a DB. I do feel like a big move in the trenches is coming. So that's another thing too. Like people forget like how much the market was reset. First off, with J.C. Horn, 25 a year, and then all these corners coming off the board yesterday. Man, a lot of them were making more than projected. Especially who was it? Nate Hobbs. Like tripled or at least doubled, almost tripled what he was projected to get. So it was just this free agency period for corners, you got paid. If you were a corner, you got paid a lot. So maybe that kind of, took AP and them off of it. Like, okay, we're not willing to, help reset the market at corner. We're paying Marshawn Lattimore $18 million. I think this season coming up is 18.5. No, I think it's 18 this year and it's 18.5 next year. So you're getting Marshawn Lattimore at extremely cheap. He moved down the list of top corners like paid in the league. So you got him at a really good deal. If you already have decent money invested in Marshawn, they might not have been able or wanted to really throw 22 to 25 mil a year at a corner. So many people have mentioned me in one thing.
But two, your former coach Vic Fangio, who basically put his stamp and blueprint all over that Super Bowl.
Okay, I'll pull this up. I'm gonna pull this up because Justin Simmons was talking about us. Let me pull up my notifications. So let me know if y'all can hear this.
Team that now needs safety help. But two, your former coach Vic Fangio, who basically put his stamp.
Can y'all hear this?
All over that Super Bowl. Let's get into the specifics of these teams. Would the Philadelphia Eagles be a dream landing here for you, given that vacancy now?
Man, having a chance to reunite with Vic, and then also the defensive backs coach, Christian Parker, he's over there. I've worked with him the last 4 years with Denver. And he was a huge piece of, obviously there's a lot of rotating, coaches, defensive coordinators. And so he was a huge piece, the stability year in and year out, the terminology, the practices, like there's a lot of familiarity with him. So there's a lot of good things about Philly. Obviously I think their offense is clearly one of the most talented in the league. That offensive line is unbelievable. But what the defense did this past season to go win that Super Bowl is crazy. Like watching those guys operate, you can tell the leadership there, top down, is by far one of the best in the league. So to have an opportunity to go play in Philly, especially reuniting with Vic and CP, like we just talked about, it's high on the list.
So did he talk about Washington? Like, what am I missing?
This interests me for a couple reasons. Number one, obviously a winning team that now needs safety help. But two, your former coach, Vic Fangio, who basically put his stamp and blueprint all over that Super Bowl. Let's get into the specific.
JP said Washington, but okay. Shout out to Corey. Corey brought up the actual.
Good mix, in my opinion.
Okay.
Also,
JP messed up.
High on the priority list, right? I think they are an extremely talented team. They have a good mix, in my opinion, of young, raw talent that's being developed, but also great veteran leadership, guys like Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, like these guys that are on both sides of the ball, have seen a lot of good ball and know how to lead teams the right way, right? Like I think that's why they went so far in the playoff run. Not to mention that Dan Quinn's done this before. When he was with Atlanta, led them to the Super Bowl and obviously fell short, but he knows the formula. He knows what it looks like. So there's a lot of things there that are very interesting, and I would love to have an
Look at that smile.
To also dwell into that. One, also Washington.
So, and Justin Simmons is actually from Manassas too. Not a lot of people know that. He's actually from Manassas too. So that's what I'm saying. Like adding Will Harris doesn't stop them from possibly, doing that. Adding a guy like Simmons for like a cheap, veteran deal. I'm so excited for that Commanders log, by the way, guys. It doesn't stop you from doing that. So I would be for it. He was actually still really solid last year. As old as he's getting, that was a pretty underwhelming defense last year, but he was like one of the better pieces in the secondary, surprisingly. But yeah, I'd be for it. I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. He's going to sign with the Eagles, I swear. I mean, but he would not fill in the CJ Gardner-Johnson spot at all. CJ Gardner-Johnson and Simmons, in my opinion, are completely different. I don't know. He would. I don't know. I know they like Sidney Brown. They feel like he's on the come up, so maybe, but I mean, I am with you on this. I think they need corner more than safety. I think they do. So that's why I was talking about Newsome to start the stream. But another one to watch, a guy that we were in on last offseason, we were close to getting actually, Isaac Yiadom. He was on the 49ers last year, so don't act like this is just a 49ers pick. He was not with the 49ers before that. But he was a depth guy for them, just a really solid depth guy. This is a guy that I would not be surprised if we signed, because like I said, we were trying to get him last season, but you have to figure once again, St. Juste and Michael Davis are your depth guys. So you need depth as well. As much as we need a top corner, you got to sign some depth guys. And Isaac Yiadom is one of the guys I think would be a really good fit, but I feel like this is a guy that we've shown interest in before. And like I said, last offseason. So it makes a ton of sense for me. These are the guys that I tried to link to us. But yeah, Rod Simmons was smiling a lot. He was he was smiling a little too much. He definitely has some interesting coming here, which is cool. We'll keep an eye on that as well and see if anything goes down with Simmons. But yeah, Isaac Yiadom's a guy I'm watching for. But like I said, I really wanted to talk about the Javon Kinlaw contract because those numbers. We got John Allen contract numbers. Base value of John Allen's deal with the Vikings, $51 million over 3 years. Cash flow of 16.2, 16.9, and 17.8 over the next 3 years. Sack incentive and escalators get the max value to $60 million. I mean, that's still a lot per year. 16 next year, almost 17 the year after that, and then his last year, almost 18 million. So it's kind of like the opposite of the Adam Peters deals. So this is a great segue to the Javon Kinlaw. Let's do this. Spot track. Because they broke Spot Track also did a breakdown of the contract here. Somewhere. All right, so Javon Kinlaw, this is what it's listed at. 3 years, 45 mil. So everyone's like, oh my God, 3 years, 45 mil. It's way too much. So just hang with me. Let's come into this with a positive mindset. Let's talk about it, and then you can kind of decide how you feel. Because I told y'all I would not give y'all my true thoughts on how I feel about this until I saw the deal. So next year's cap hit, he's only a 7.5 mil cap hit next season. This is an AP contract to the core. We saw this all last offseason with all of the 3-year deals he did. Tyler Biotish, Austin Eckler, I think Nick Allegretti, Dorrance Armstrong, all of them were built like this. 2025 cap hit for Javon Kinlaw is only 7.5 mil. Now, people are saying, Josh, oh my God, 18.4 in 2026. He better be good next season because we're paying him almost, a little over 18 mil in 2026. Let's talk about it. I know the guaranteed's 30 mil. That's a pretty big number too. That's the one that kind of worries me. I feel like it's a little high, but listen, just watch. Let's see how they really cook this up. So say Javon Kinlaw is just not good next season. He's here they have, okay, that's right. They have a 7.5 cap hit for next season. Okay. Say he's just really bad in the offseason. So you could do any kind of post early. I don't think they would get rid of him after one season, but I'm just saying if that's the case, if you don't want to pay him, whatever, salary cap's going to go up next season again. You're going to extend Terry. You're going to get more money. We're going to have money next offseason, guys. Don't worry. AP's not going to run this thing dry. But if you get rid of him, the dead cap hit is 16 mil. You're not saving anything. You're losing 9 mil. You probably don't want to do it pre. But say you do like a post June 1st, like cut or trade, you're going to eat a good chunk of money. But after that, potential out in 2027, if you save it, or if you cut them after the 2026 season, if you cut them after the 2026 season, if you trade them, it's a little bit better. Release, you're not doing much. Yeah, you have a pretty decent sized dead cap hit, but it's spread out. If you do post 6-1, like there's a lot of ways around it. And then your main out, potential out 2027, and you're like, hey, we cut them. This is the off season 2027. You're only taking a dead cap hit of 5.5, saving 13.6. So there's a lot of different ways around it. The biggest number to me is that 18.4 next season. Sure. Like I'm looking at that too. But contract wise, who are we really paying next season? Probably if Debo plays well, Debo gets a new deal. Once again, that first year is going to be super cheap, just like Javon Kinlaw's was. Who else is really eligible for a new contract next year? I don't see a reason to extend Marshawn Lattimore after next season. You can maybe Laramie Tunzel, like I said, after next season, because you're only paying him like 21.5, I believe, next year. So you can extend him. There's no one next season that's going to really be, worthy of an extension. Terry this offseason, sure. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we do one before the season, but if not, Terry could be a guy next season, or I mean, in the summer, Cowboys are bringing back Kevontae Turpin. Terry should get done this offseason. That's what I'm saying. It should be done either before the draft or in the summer. They're going to extend them, and you're going to free up more money this offseason. So I'm not like freaking out about it. People see that 45 or whatever, and everyone's like, oh my God, it's such a big number. But if you're done with them after a few years, you have a potential out in 2027 to where you're not even paying him that full amount at all. Like you're avoiding that 19 mil cap hit if you really want to get rid of him. So I'm not freaking out about it. Am I like, super uber positive about it? No. but it's not nearly as bad as people like want it to seem. They see that 45 and they're like, holy shit. But he built it to where like, hey, his biggest cap hit comes in a season where we're not really paying somebody big money. Next season, who is worthy of getting a big deal? Nobody. Unless you're planning on keeping Deron Payne, which I think he's more likely to get released than he is to get a new deal done. Yeah, all hell raised. Deron Payne could get cut next offseason. Terry getting extensions probably more likely this year. Which even better, he's going to be cheap this season coming up. He's going to be cheaper than he is right now in the season coming up. He's the only one whose money would really go up next season, possibly. It's not even a guarantee. Possibly more next season. So you have Javon Kinlaw for sure next year. Very, very likely 2026. But if you're done with them after that, your potential out is 2027. And he only got 2-year 31.4 mil, and you're only eating 5.5 dead cap, and you're saving, you're avoiding this 19.1 mil cap hit. So I'm not mad at it. If he turns out to be good, cool, then he's worth the money. But if he's not, you use him for 2 years and then he's gone, and you just keep chucking along. You keep being AP. So not mad at it at all. It seems big, but once again, the market did reset. This is Tap's guy. Coach Tap was with Javon Kinlaw. I guarantee you he at least had some say on it. AP probably talked to him about it. And AP knows this guy. AP drafted Javon Kinlaw. So we'll have to see. Once again, I'm going to wait to see how people play before I say, oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is, if he sucks next year, he's worth 7.5 mil. Cool. Now, if he sucks the year after, that's where I'm like, okay, we're paying this guy 18.4 mil, and he's not good. This is the year to complain. Next season, 7.5 mil. I promise you, he misses one tackle. People are going to say, oh my God, we gave him 45 mil for him to miss a tackle. No, he's getting 7.5. So, but once again, he's 6'5". He grew up in DC. He's glad to be here. He says it's a full circle moment for him. I'm not mad at it. Don P with the super chat. Appreciate you, Don P. Not wanting to trade a fourth for Newsom is wild. Y'all act like every draft pick is a sure thing. I'll take a proven player before an unproven any day. My exact thought. Say it is a fourth. If you're going to trade that fourth round pick, you're likely going to be drafting a corner anyways, probably before this. Say we trade back to 33 and we pick up a third and a fifth. At 33, you're probably taking an edge or a corner. So say it's a corner at 33, and if not, let's just say it's 61. That guy better be ready day one to start. Newsom, super young. He's like what? He's low to mid 20s. I think he was 24 last year. So yeah, he's still 24. That's crazy. He's 24 years old. He turns 25 in May. So I would trade a fourth round pick for a 25-year-old starting corner who can play in the slot or outside and has been good, on a really bad team. He's been a bright spot on a really bad team. All of their corners. I mean, last year was pretty bad. Ward even had a down year. I forgot who the other guy is they got. It's going to come to me. But they can't afford to pay Newsom long-term anyways. They've been in the cycle for like 2 years when he wanted a new deal last year. So I would. But I appreciate the super chat, Don P. Let's see. Get some more. Kinlaw spent part of his childhood homeless in D.C. after immigrating from Trinidad and Tobago from his mother and 2 siblings. He attended Goose Creek High. Yep, Goose Creek. I was born in Greenville. But yeah. So he was born in Trinidad and Tobago, but he grew up in D.C. And I don't know if y'all follow him on Instagram yet, but he posted a thing pretty much just saying like this is a full circle moment for him. Like he's excited to be here. He's hyped. We're drafting a running back with our 29th pick. I would not be against it. Emerson. Yes, that's the other one. Emerson. Thank you. He's a stud too. Martin Emerson. Will Harris sacks. Who's talking about Will Harris sack? Will Harris is a safety. I don't mind Will Harris. Once again, I've talked about it top of the show, but I think Will Harris gives you that flexibility to feel okay at safety. You're not pressed to spin, but once again, it wouldn't stop you from signing a Justin Simmons. But it wouldn't stop you from getting a Nick Almonwari or a Kevin Winston Jr., my guy from Penn State. It wouldn't stop you from doing any of that. So he just seeing what I saw from his tapes. I haven't watched his film. I can't sit here and do a breakdown on Will Harris, but from what I've seen, Saints fans really liked him. Like even like the beat reporters and stuff are like, dang, that sucks. But what I have seen is, he tackles, he arrives violently, even in coverage, he's arriving violently. I like it. I don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. Our coach is a defensive genius. He turns teams' defenses around within 2 years. I trust any decision that he makes when it comes to defense. I do too. He was flying to the ball against us last year. Talk about Saints. Will Harris. Yep. OTC. So it's such a weird thing, man. The cap. I don't know what the hell the cap is right now, but I know Spot Track had it like low 50s. Let's see. So after the Harris deal, it doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Let's do this. Because this morning it was like 50 something. So, okay, it is 47.5. They have it at 47.5. But my question is, because Debo has a option that's due. I think the main difference between OTC and Spot Track is that OTC considered Debo's option that comes up. I think it's on like the 17th. Like they have to either exercise it or not. And I think Spot Track said they pretty much just prorated it, which they think Washington's going to do anyways. So they put it at 5.2 mil. So if you go to OTC over the cap, they have Debo at like whatever it is. Like it's a lot. We can even check it. So that's the biggest thing for me because he has that player option. The one thing I hate about their website is the layout and all the ads. So yeah, OTC has us at 34 mil. But if you look, they have Debo cap hit at 17.426 or 17.462. So they have that whole option just added onto it, which if they decide to, that they can do it to where it just turns into his base salary, which is what they did here. They made that option the 16.6 mil base salary with the option. So it just depends on what they decide to do. They decide, it depends on what they decide to do with that. With that option. But I think they can make the decision. I'm pretty sure it's the 17th. But like I said, they have Debo's cap at 5.2 mil. So they probably think that they're gonna prorate the option out, which I think they would do too, unless they get that Terry extension done. But right now they have Spot Track has us at 47.5 mil. So we still got to re-sign a lot of our guys. Looking at the depth chart and everything, we got to decide what to do with Olamide, Jameson, Noah, KJ Osborne. Michael Dieter's got to be gone. Marcus Mariota, that's the one I'm really intrigued by. How much of a cap space, Marcus Mariota is going to eat up because he's got to have a market. I could see the Vikings going after him. I don't want to say the Giants because that would suck, but who knows? I feel like there's still a market for Marcus Mariota to be a good backup somewhere. But maybe he just says, hey, I want to stay here, be the backup. He had some good moments. Panthers game, Cowboys game. He was able to step up and get some playing time. But maybe he wants to go somewhere else and possibly start. Who knows? But we'll keep an eye on that because that could be a pretty decent – if someone's willing to give him a good bit of number. I don't know, man. It might be hard to bring him back. And then Jeff Driscoll would elevate to QB2. McNichols probably goes somewhere else because we got Chris Rodriguez coming back. I think we lose McNichols. I think Fowler's gone. I think we do bring back Jalen Holmes. Sheldon Day, I think they do like him. I think he would come back. I think Clelin Ferrell would come back. Michael Walker, kind of on the fence about. Nick Ballore, I would bring back because he's a really good special teams guy. I'm surprised this hasn't gotten done yet. Michael Davis, I don't see them bringing back. Forrest, I don't see coming back. And St. Juste, I don't see coming back. And to be honest with you, I don't even think Percy Butler should be on the team. But they might just have to fill out the roster. And then Noah Benogany, you got to bring him back. I said this last night. Might be a hot take, but I think that's a dude you got to bring back. I think Austin Seabrook goes somewhere else. And then we got all of our reserves. But for me, like the must bring backs is Noah Igbenogany. Alameda Zacchaeus is on my list. I'd say Noah Brown would be on the outside looking in, but like Dieter was so bad. I'm good. I'm good on that. And same with Davis, Forrest, St. Juste. I'm good on that. Let's see to get some more chats. John said, looking at Kinlaw's numbers as a pass rusher and run stopper, doesn't look like there's any advantage over Allen other than he's younger and a bigger body. Maybe I think he does better at edge. So I think he will. Like, you can't line him up. You can treat him like an edge guy because, I mean, he's like, what, 6'5", and he's a big dude. Like, he can line up in the edge. He can move to the inside. But, I mean, next year he's making almost half of what John Allen's making next year. John Allen's cap hit next year is, 16, whatever it was that we saw. And Kinlaw's is 7.5, whatever it was. 7.5. So he's making half of what John Allen is. And he's much younger. Doesn't have the injury. John Allen's more so. The one thing I will say that really popped to me when watching the tape of Kinlaw was the feints and like the loop crashes, whether he was the looper or the crasher. I like what they're going to be able to do with Javon Kinlaw. John Allen, you weren't doing that. You weren't doing all these stunts with him. That's the word I'm looking for. You weren't doing all these stunts with him. Like, he was a guy who just kind of lined up and took, came just straight up. Javon Kinlaw, if you watch some of his, I think I shared Ryan Fowler's video yesterday. Maybe it's a different video I watched, but like you can just see on stunts, he's able to loop around and take out like two people, like open the hole up for a lot of people that also still get off of the that's my boy Kevin Winston. Get off of blocks and get some sacks. Let me see. Oh yeah, and this was breaking down the Laramie Tunsil trade too. I thought this was interesting. Like, you can put it in like the calculator, with like the weight of the draft picks and everything, and the money that we paid to Tunsil. It turns out to be full cost ends up being around a late second round pick for Laramie Tunsil. So absolute steal of the deal, and you're only paying him a certain amount of money the next 2 seasons. So a late second round pick for one of the top left tackles in the league is what Adam Peters just did. Chase Young went back. Javon Holland, you're dead to me. Yeah, Mark. Shout out to Mark Bullock. He shared this. Said summarizing what watching the Texans offense was like last year. Tunsil's the only dude blocking. Everyone else, CJ Stroud was running for his life. Where is that video? I know it's soon. I really wanted y'all just to see a little bit of snippets of. Here we go. So Kinlaw's 54. So he's got a bull rush move. Little swim move. He can get some pressure. Forced fumble. All right, it's a screen. Bam. The effort. It kind of reminds me of like Newton with his effort. I mean, there's another video I saw. I'll have to find it, but there's a video I watched where it showed like how they used him on like different stunts, and like I said, he was the crash and like or the loop guy. Like I like how violent he is up the middle. Just this Justin Simmons video again. I really like what I saw. Yep, Leonard Floyd is gone. I think that's an interesting guy to watch as well. God dang Turpin, man. We're stuck dealing with him. That dude is fast. He's fast. Cowboys had to bring him back for sure. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. John Allen is making $16.2 million next season. Javon Kinlaw is making $7 million. Now, once again, the year after, Kinlaw's making $1.5 million more than John Allen, but they can move things around. You can always rework a deal after the second year, or you can cut them. It doesn't matter. I'm not even worried about the money side of Javon Kinlaw. I just want to see what he brings to the team. That is literally all I care about. How good is he going to play? He said, yeah, I was saying yesterday Kinlaw's a downgrade from Allen, but Allen also probably asking for more money. Hell yeah, he was asking for more money. And AP said, we're not giving you 3-year, $60 million deal. That just wasn't in the cards. And I don't blame him. Fans were already complaining about how much he was making. And this is what he's making now. There's no way we would have done that deal. No way. Bring back OZ, Noah I, Mariota, Noah Brown, Shelton Day, Nick Bloor. That's what I'm saying. I think you got to get that core, those depth core guys back, because they all contributed in their own ways throughout the season. So he's a great backup. Talking about Mariota, we have to figure out a way to re-sign him. I would love to bring him back. Julian Blackmon, I don't mind him. I like Julian Blackmon. He's another one of those pieces, though, kind of like a Will Harris, where he's not really, really good at one thing, but he's just good at everything. He's just one of those good players, He's not some a blue chip prospect or just banging the table for. But you're hey, every team needs some Julian Blackmons to, win a lot of games. And I think Will Harris is kind of in that category. Will Harris is not going to be an all-pro next year, probably won't make the Pro Bowl, but he's going to be one of those guys you look back on okay, Will Harris, he made some big plays. He broke up that third down. He caused that fumble. He made some interceptions, kind of like Jeremy Chin. I thought Jeremy Chin played better than a lot of other, fans thought, but I think Julian Blackmon would be in the same category as Will Harris. I thought I saw Bloor was re-signed. He was one of the first re-signed players. No, it doesn't seem like it. I didn't see that. They don't have him on here. The only special teams guys we brought back was Tressway and Zane Gonzalez. And we brought back Bobby, Ertz, Bates, and we added Debo. So that's what I'm saying, guys. We literally only lost 2 people so far. Diami and Jeremy Chin. We knew we were going to lose John Allen. But you lost Diami, you lost Jeremy Chin, and you replaced Diami with Debo Samuel. You replaced Jeremy Chin with Will Harris. And oh, by the way, you added Javon Kinlaw, who replaces John Allen. And you got a franchise left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. So I'm not mad at this at all. I think we'll look back on it and be okay, would have been, it's sexy to get Charvarius Ward and to do all that, but at the end of the day, guys, I trust what AP is about to do. Let's see what wide receiver should come back. I only say OZ. I think OZ and Noah Brown. Obviously, I'm not saying they're like gigantic, move, but I think you still need familiarity with Jaden Daniels, a guy who could be reliable, a bigger body guy compared to what you have in the wide receiver room right now. Like I said, Michael Gallup is visiting today, so I'm not sure how that goes. I feel like Michael Gallup, I remember him coming out. The thing I hated about Michael Gallup is what he did against Alabama when he was in college. How big is he? I just remember when Alabama played Colorado State, I was like, who the heck is this wide receiver and why is he balling? So he didn't play last season. They don't have his height and weight, of course. They have him listed 6'1". That's all it says. 6'1" Michael Gallup. Sometimes they'll say on here 6'1", almost 200 pounds. So, I would take it. If he wants to come back, hell, I'll let him. If he comes back and you're paying him like nothing, that if you sign Michael Gallup, that's your Noah Brown replacement. And maybe Noah Brown's not healthy. Who knows? But we'll see. We will see. Yeah, Kinlaw did come into the league as an edge and just kind of moved around a good bit. So you can put him in a lot of different places. Leonard Floyd's one we were watching. Zadarius Smith is another one we're watching too. I say bring back OZ for sure. Think we'll go after Justin Simmons or just expect Harris to be the starter with maybe Owens behind him. I don't know what he's projected. Let's see. Let's see what Simmons is projected. It can't be anything crazy. But the thing is, it's probably a 1-year deal, so it's a pretty, front-heavy 1-year deal. I say 1 year, $6 million. Jeez. I feel like that's nothing. Let's see. Where he lined up last season. $6 million. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, free safety all the way. Free safety, Justin Simmons, strong safety, Will Harris. Quan's rotating in. He's your third safety on like cover 3. Or you can put him out in the slot to be a big slot. Run some quarters. I could see it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But he's a local kid. He's from Manassas. 6'2", 202. He's 31. I thought he's a little bit older than that, but that's not bad at all, honestly. He's still got some juice in him. So if they decide to sign him, I'll be like, cool. I like it. Blackman is still young, though. He's 26 and a half. I wouldn't be mad at that either. He's projected to get 7 a year. But the market has blown up a lot. This is the one that really surprised me. Javon Holland was projected to get 20 and a half. And a lot of these guys have gotten slightly more than they were projected to. And he got like $5 million a year less than what he was projected. I was really surprised. Let's see. Tom said also on John Allen, he would have cost more for us. He only took his deal because he got released. Otherwise, he would have fought for a lot more here, probably. And that's the main reason why they said, hey, we want to go explore the option to get another deal, because Washington said, we're not giving you that kind of deal. So that's why his agent went to other teams. And now I'm seeing why we didn't get trade compensation for him, because that kind of deal, 3 years, $60 million, I don't think I would have traded even a 7th round pick for that guy. You got to invest a lot of money in him. So I'm not surprised at all that the 49ers deal couldn't get done. The Cardinals couldn't get a deal done. I'm kind of surprised the Vikings gave him that kind of deal, but they're probably going to have a rookie quarterback with J.J. McCarthy next season, so they can afford to. But still, that's a lot of money for John Allen. But happy for him. I hope they win the division and lose to us in the playoffs. That's it. 49ers, it's just they're resetting. They have to reset. They are down bad right now. Bad. We're now into day 2. Nothing done yet to help with the edge situation if Kinlaw is really no good against the run. So, I mean, maybe they do decide to put Kinlaw as the edge. Maybe they just move him all over the line. But there's definitely some names, like you said, Zadarius Smith to watch. Leonard Floyd is now one. And maybe they just decide to address it in the draft. If they are drafting at 29 or trade back a little bit more, my dream scenario is getting Nick Scorton. If he's there at 29, I do find it hard to trade back, especially if you haven't addressed the edge position. But because I don't think you can trade back from like 29 and get to like 33, 34, 35, and Nick Scorton is still on the board. But that's the guy I'm looking at edge that I like a lot. Let me see. I know we've obviously been linked to Landon a lot as well. Landon Jackson. But if you trade back, Landon Jackson's probably there. Princely, Uman Mellion's probably going to be there. Braden Swenson's a guy that I think would fit well. JT Tuimoloau, Jack Sawyer. He's only 23. That's not bad. I thought he was older because I feel like he's been there for forever. Jared Ivey's another guy I think fits well. Like if we trade back or if we take an edge in the second, I'm good with any of these dudes. I'm good with JT Tuimoloau, Jack Sawyer. I feel like could be a really good fit here. The thing is, like, can they just? Well, I mean, we would probably rotate some money in. Tuimoloau presents a good floor for an edge rusher and a 4-3 defensive front. Yeah, I mean, I think they both fit, honestly. Braden Swenson's probably having more of like an outside 3-4 edge player, which I don't think it's, they're pressed on one kind of guy. I think any of these guys would fit like what we want to do, pretty much like what we did with Dante Fowler. Dante Fowler isn't a hand in the dirt kind of guy, like a 4-3 edge guy by any means, but they made it work, last season. He just wasn't good against the run. My under the radar guy, where's he at? Josiah Stewart, really good against the run. I love his pass rushing moves. He's a smaller guy, 6'1", 245. I say that, but if you really check 245, that's pretty much what James Pierce weighs. So kind of the same boat, but I think Josiah Stewart would be a really good under the radar guy. If you trade back, get him. Then past that, I don't really consider these guys much as like starters. I think Josiah Stewart would kind of be the last guy. Maybe Jordan Birch, because he's a big dude too, 6'6", 295. Just a big athletic freak. But Josiah Stewart, Jordan Birch are probably my last bets of like starting edges in the draft. Because after that, I'm like, ugh, damn, like maybe Elijah Roberts, Kamen Rucker. I like them, but I don't know. Last year just didn't really do it for me. Like Ashton Gelati, David Walker's a smaller dude too. Like these are rotational guys in my opinion. Even Savion Jones, even Powell Ryland, who I think is pretty good. I'm not feeling good about them being the starters though. Like I feel like you gotta address the edge, and one of those first 3 picks. Dream scenario is you get Nick Scorton late first if you don't trade back. If you can trade back and still get him, hell yeah. But then if not, tier 2 is probably Landon Jackson and Princely, JT and Jack Sawyer, Ivy. I'm not a Kennard fan just because he can't stop the run. And Josiah Stewart. Josiah Stewart, team captain. Like I said, stops the run really well. I'd be all for it. So if we don't address it in free agency, like I think we at least need to get a depth rotational guy. We at least need to. Then we have to draft one. Let's see. Yeah, Cowboys re-signed Turpin, which it's whatever, but damn. According to 3013 players with more sacks than Leonard Floyd since the start of 2020 season, TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa, Son Reddick, Mike Parsons. So he's in good company. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the kind of guy I'd be like, hell yeah, bring him in as your rotational guy, and then figure out your other long-term plans in the draft with one of these dudes. I think we have a plan to utilize Kinlaw better, which would be a caveat to him being a downgrade from Allen. Allen is what he is what he is going to ever be, a good, not great player. So it's what they decided to do with Kinlaw. Also, at his age, seems to get injured every year now. Yep, I think Dron Payne's kind of catching up to that. I do think Gallup would sign here, would not surprise me. I think Bosa, they said he's down to the Dolphins and the 49ers, obviously with his brother. I think he goes to the 49ers. I think so. Let me see. I don't think anything else has happened yet. We'll get to some more chats. Yeah, don't remind us, Adam. Don't remind us. We don't need to see that shit. I'll leave it on this. I don't know. Stephon Diggs, I don't think he fits the team at all. Like, what do we want to do? Maybe if you can get him like hella cheap. But I personally don't like his mindset. I think he's a head case. He's a weird dude. I know plenty of people that know Stephon Diggs, and he's a weird dude. I think Will Harris is a nice signing. I think we re-sign a couple of ours today, and I think we make some new signings as well. Like right now is a slow, quiet period, which is fine because that's usually when the big splash comes. Kinlaw's younger. Allen has been declining. I heard that he'll do better in our defense, which I feel like it too. I mean, you also have to think the Jets fired their defensive-minded coach, and then just kind of just said fuck it the rest of the season. Yeah, I think Blackman does miss a good bit of tackles. Let me catch up on some chats here. Amari Cooper. I love Coop because he's an Alabama boy, but I don't know. Let me see. I don't know. What do y'all think about Coop? He did have some drops last year, but 2 year, there's no way he's getting 15 a year. Maybe he does, but I don't see it. Hell, if you can get him for 12 a year, something like that, then sure. You have Terry, Debo, Amari Cooper. I mean, I don't hate it. I would rather have Amari Cooper than Stephon Diggs, to be honest with you. I would much rather have that. Let's see. I like Kyle Kennard. I think he's our kind of guy, but he's just not good against the run, and I hate that. He's so good at getting to the quarterback, though. He's got a lot of really good moves. I'm just not a fan of his run stopping. So this is a good question. Chance that Will Harris is the Noah I replacement and not the Chin replacement. Over 100 slot snaps last year, so he could back up Mikey, but could rotate in, fit perfectly for cover 3. So yeah, that's a possibility too. And I think Quan Martin is in that same boat where he possibly could be a Noah I replacement if they decide to move him to the slot because he can play in the slot. But I don't know. I think I would like Harris more up at strong safety or like that box guy that just lurks around and just looking for contact, like ready to stop the run, or he's ready to lay somebody out across, the middle, trying to catch the ball. I think I would rather him be there than the slot. Like, I don't know. I have to watch the tape and just like see his movement, see his hips, see his like change of direction, stuff like that. But for a guy that plays strong safety to go to slot, it's actually pretty impressive. Like, I don't think people realize, slot receivers, usually you're smaller, slot guy because you're covering a slot receiver or whatever. Fast change of direction, good fluid hips, and strong safety is usually your bigger safety. So the fact that he can play strong safety and the slot is pretty freaking impressive. It's usually like the opposite. But we'll see. We'll see. Mike Green falling to 29. I don't see it. And his off the field stuff is really concerning. Like, I don't think we would take I don't think we would take a fly on him, to be honest with you. I feel like they do like Landon Jackson a lot. At 29, BPA with edge, wide receiver, running back, and maybe DB. So Tyrann Mathieu going back to the Saints. So probably another reason why they lost Will Harris. The Honey Badger stays. Paul said definitely a slower news day today compared to yesterday. Maybe tomorrow will be more frenzied. I mean, I think it'll be spread out. Obviously, a lot of it was yesterday, just everyone getting those initial deals. Because you know damn well teams were tampering before yesterday. They were telling agents, like, hey, we were ready to get this deal done. Like, agents had the best like deals ready to go already. They weren't just like, okay, tamper period's open. We're now officially willing to listen. You know damn well teams already had their contracts ready to go and stuff yesterday. So, of course, there was like this giant flurry of like picks. But I'm still expecting stuff to happen. Like I said, I gave y'all a pretty decent list of players that are still on like my watch list for today. Of maybe I should just bring that back up as well. Of who we're really watching for today. I think Isaac is like the one I'm just waiting on to happen. The only ones that really went off the board today is Fulton. So everyone else is still in play. These are like my watch list guys for today. And I'd be excited to get any of them besides Fulton. Darius Slay, waiting on that deal to be official. Sounded like he was going to the Steelers, but they haven't agreed to terms yet, so we'll see. If you're going to take Josiah Stewart, you might as well work hard on Andre Jones Jr. I feel good about Andre Jones Jr. too. I feel good about Javonte Jean-Baptiste. I think those are like solid guys. I think Josiah Stewart has more upside than both of them. But you lose Fowler. You bring back Jalen Holmes. You've got Armstrong. I mean, you still need depth. Like, even if you get somebody, you still need plenty of depth. Like, I think both of these guys would come back, but still, unless they really decide to rotate Kinlaw on the outside, and then they go heavy at D tackle, like take a pretty good D tackle in the draft. If they decide, hey, Kinlaw, we're going to play you more outside, then you're, hitting the well of all these really good D tackles. So that's something to watch too. I think that's the biggest question mark with the draft. Do they, need a middle round D tackle, or do they need a top edge guy? Because last year I'm not saying we're out of the Trey Hendrickson trade, but last year they said, hey, we're good enough to just get Fowler and Dorrance Armstrong. I don't think they would make that same mistake this offseason. But we'll see. I still think Kinlaw would play a bit more inside, maybe get some outside reps too. But man, you still need a dominant edge to be linked to Myles Garrett. And we wanted him, and he did want to come here. He had interest. I'm not saying he was like begging to come here. We, Trey Hendrickson, and like we're linked, and like people said, oh, we're probably going to get Khalil Mack and Josh Sweat, and there's no way we just do nothing at edge. There's no way we just do nothing. I would be shocked. So if we don't, get another rotational guy in free agency, even if we do, I think we take an edge high in the draft. Is Will Harris the only free agent signing we've done today? Yes. So far, nothing missed. Yeah, I don't think Stephon Diggs fits the team. He is lazy. And Tressway is a commander for life. You don't want Coop. Golden or Higgins? I think Golden's going way before 29, though. Higgins, I think he would definitely be there. Cooper is a third or fourth at best. I think so too. A guy I like that nobody's talking about. There wasn't even an invite to the combines. Danny Strigo, edge from Minnesota. Haven't seen him. I'll have to look him up. What does cornerback list look like now? You might want to close your eyes. It's not good. Rasul Douglas is still out. Asante Samuel Jr., Mike Hilton, Stephon Gilmore wouldn't surprise me at all. Jonathan Jones is there. Nate Hobbs got paid way too much. Stevens is gone. Fulton's gone. Rogers is gone. Dante Jackson's gone. Jordan Lewis is gone. Mike Jackson's gone. Stokes, no Igbenogany, Darius Slay, Kendall Fuller. So you're thinking Fuller, Slay, bring back Noah Eric Stokes, Jonathan Jones, depth guy. Stephon Gilmore could start, like, worst case, if you had to. Mike Hilton could be a slot guy. Asante Samuel Jr. just doesn't tackle well, especially in the run. And then Rasul Douglas, which I don't really see them doing that. I think they would rather just fill out the depth at corner and draft somebody. And then worst case scenario, if you have to, you'd sign Stephon Gilmore because he played really well with DQ, pretty much revived his career with Dallas that 1 year. But I just nothing that's going to blow you away. They're all gone. I don't think we'll sign a big name wide receiver. I think we're trading back from 29 and ending the Luther Burden slide. I don't think Luther Burden's going to slide, though. I don't think so. I think he does kind of fit the Debo thing. He's a big slot dude. I think Debo plays so much more outside than people realize. He played primarily outside and not in the slot. Trey Game says some of our fans thinking everyone we sign needs to be someone that has a popular name. Dan Snyder's not here anymore. Very true. Very true. I would like Higgins. But yeah, the Saints have absolutely no money. Running back one situation, you gotta draft somebody. For the love of God, you have to figure out that running back position. And for me, it's one of these top guys, whether it's Amarion Hampton, Scattaboo, Judkins, Sampson, Johnson, Henderson. I would even put Harvey up there. DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue. I like Damon Martinez a lot. And then I'm kind of just like, after that. Shard Smith, good receiving running back. But for me, like, you got to get a top guy. I don't think some fans think Ashton Genty's a possibility. I do not see that at all. I think Hampton is a possibility. I think he's going to be really freaking good. Scattaboo. I don't know. He did a lot better at the combine than I thought he would. A lot better. But I'm still just like, I don't know. I think people are going to love him, though. Quinshot Judkins was a guy that impressed the heck out of me at the combine, too. Was faster than I thought he would be. People are calling him like another B-Rob. I don't think so at all. I know he's like, sorry, I didn't sleep last night either. I know he might not be that home run guy, but I think he's way more athletic than B-Rob. I think way more athletic than what B-Rob was. And then Dylan Sampson, he's only 20 years old. I think he would fit really well. Caleb Johnson, another dude, big time playmaker. I think he would fit well. I think Travion Henderson's my favorite, though. I think fit wise, he's my favorite because he's not afraid to pass block. He can do everything. Like you can leave Travion Henderson on the field for 3 downs and you're set. Like, you're not saying like, oh, this is a passing situation. We need to take so-and-so off the field. Like, obviously, RJ Harvey at 5'9", 208 is probably not going to be your pass protecting guy. About the same as Travion Henderson, but if you watch the tape, Travion Henderson picks dudes up. Travion Henderson would get up under that chin and block dudes. I haven't really seen RJ Harvey do that. Yeah, he just needs to play more urgent, more violent. He could be a productive NFL running back. Henderson, when playing confidently, shines with his build, with his agility and long speed. He lacks some size for tackle breaking and pass blocking, but he's a very willing blocker at least. But he remains a high effort player in those areas. He seems like a good speed component of NFL committee, including receiving work out of the backfield. So I think best duo, like, possibility, like Travion Henderson plus like Austin Eckler doing his thing. And then I guess, like, oh, man, I don't want to say you bring in, like, I don't even know what B-Rob's hopefully his legs are better, but I don't even see what you would do with B-Rob. Like, maybe goal line, but still, like, feed Travion Henderson. But goal line situations, hell yeah, you want Quinshot Judkins up in there. Same with Cam Scattaboo. Let him run some dudes over. Marion Hampton, same thing. He's just a freaking fantastic running back all around. A lot of really good options in the draft, though. Like, a lot. You have to get one. Mike Green, he had 2 different sexual assault cases, one in high school and then one at UVA. It was so bad that he had to leave the school, transfer out of Virginia. So, not good. I think Landon Jackson round 2 and Billy Bowman Jr. in the 3rd. Not mad at it. Add to the safety room too. They've met with Billy Bowman and Landon Jackson a ton. We don't have a 3rd, but we probably will trade back to get one. Like, that's pretty much not a secret at this point that we're a big time trade back candidate. Asante Samuel Jr., I really liked him, but he just hasn't been good. Like, last season, he just, like, everyone that I've talked to said he missed a ton of tackles. Yeah, really bad run defense. It says he missed 4. Doesn't seem like a lot, but, like, everyone that talks about him just says, like, maybe he just avoids it, period. Like, they just said he just wasn't good stopping the run on the outside. Like, he was just getting washed. So, I don't know. Maybe he just needs a change of scenery too, but last year was not good by any means. One pass breakup. Like, he's good in coverage, but everyone just said, I mean, he also only played 92 run defense snaps last year. So he's only 25, though. I feel like he's been in the league for a while. Like, he literally came into the league at like 20. Like, 2023, much better. Still struggling in the run game. I mean, hell, he's never been a good run defender. Like, he's never been a good run stopper. That's crazy, though. I mean, but he is good in coverage. Last year was just bad. I don't know. Maybe they would take a fly on him because he is young. I mean, they took a fly on Noah Igbenogany, who was super young, and I feel like he turned out pretty well. But I don't know. If there's anyone that can work with them, I feel like Dan Quinn would. I do like Justin Simmons too. I do. Amari Cooper would be nice. I mean, and you're at least having other options to take away, to where Amari Cooper can kind of do his thing. We won't need an edge rusher by the time the draft gets here. That might be a hot take, but I would love it. That'd be nice. But I don't know if they trade for Trey Hendrickson at this point now. I just don't think so. Fulton went to the Chiefs, sadly. How much would he have to spend on Nick Westbrook-Akine? He's only projected to get like $3-4 million a year. I mean, it's not a lot. Like, you're not breaking the bank at all. You're getting him at a crazy good deal. Where's he at? Same with Elijah Moore. I mean, they're projecting him to get a 2-year, $7 million total. I think he could get a 2-year, $10 million, and I'd be totally fine with that. Dude had 9 touchdowns last year. Like, he went on like this touchdown tear out of nowhere. 9 touchdowns, 8th in the league in touchdowns last year. That's crazy for a guy who had Will Levis as his quarterback. So once again, he's not some, really, really dominant wide receiver by any means, but hell, if he can score touchdowns for you. And the thing is, he didn't have that many catches. 32 catches and 9 touchdowns and 32 catches is wild. With only 497 yards. That's crazy. But hell, I would take a flyer on him. He'd be a good wide receiver 4. I don't know. I don't know who the third one would technically be next year. Yeah, St. Jude's gotta go. Any chance Amawari falls to 40 to 61? No. Not after that combine he had. Not after that combine. That boy tore it up. Like, I don't think he lasts to 29. A lot of teams have him over Malachi Starks now as the top guy. I'm not sure what PFF updated their boards to be like. I'm sure Malachi's still the top guy for them. Yeah, at 9. So, I mean, they have Amanwari at 43, but I disagree with that. I feel like Amanwari is over Xavier Watts. And I do like Xavier Watts a lot. That's a ball hawking guy right there, too. I'm a big Watts fan, even though he is a little bit older. He's 23 already. But, I mean, they do have some options in safety. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't stop you. This is my dude. If you can get my boy Kevin Winston Jr., and if we trade back and get a third-round pick 82, around that range, yes. This was a top 10, top 15 pick before he got hurt. So, and he's had plenty of time to rest up. So I'd be a big Kevin Winston fan. We did get Will Harris. It's pretty much the only signing that's happened today, especially for us. So they said Ben St. Jude is already gone. His locker's empty. I hope so. I would love to send him to Philly. Please, please, please. Let me get to some more chats. God dang. Look at y'all. Y'all blowing up today. I appreciate y'all. Where would he play? We just re-signed Rodriguez. We have Eckler and Robinson. So I don't know. Maybe we cut one of them. But you have to upgrade the position. Hell, we were trying to draft Bucky last year. We were trying to get Bucky Irving in the draft last year. It just didn't work out. So even though we got Rodriguez back, I don't think that locks him in as a game day, active guy. But man, maybe I don't want to say they're in a cup, B-Rob. But everyone knows they got to upgrade that running back room. Everyone knows that. They have to. And I think they'll try to get their guy. I don't see them just going into it with this running back room. I would highly doubt it. Samuel is another small corner. Yeah. I don't know. I was so high on him when he first came out. He was so good. I don't know what's happened to him the last year or two. Montreal Johnson from Florida, I believe. The running back. From Florida would be a sneaky good pick. Skater boy just has intangibles that you take a chance on at the end of the draft. I feel like the same about ETN, his brother, even though he's a smaller guy too. I feel like Will Harris is a really solid pick, Jay. I feel like that's a really, really solid pickup. Building to the safety room. You're not pressed to do a lot to the safety room, but you still can if you got to. Judkins ran a 4.5 40, which was faster than I thought he was. There's a lot of running backs that ran faster than I thought, and a lot that ran slower than I thought he would. But more yards and way more touchdowns than Diami. Yeah, Diami had 300 yards and 1 touchdown last season. People think he had 700 yards and 6 touchdowns or something crazy like that. Diami did not, unfortunately. Would even love us to take Harvey in the 5th if he falls. He has a year to learn under Austin Eckler, which is exact comp, but faster. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, he said not Skater Boy, but Scattaboo. Yeah. I like Scattaboo. People love him. Scouts love Scattaboo. Nimawari is different. He's literally built exactly like Jeremy Chin, too. I don't want to say he's more athletic than him because I think Chen is athletic as well, but I think he could be slightly better in coverage compared to Chen. But I do like I'm gonna worry a lot. J.K. Dobbins, I don't know. I don't think so. I think the draft is just way too good to sign a running back or trade for a running back, which would never happen. I just think it's way too good to not draft one. It would just make no sense to me to not take advantage of one of the best running back classes in a long time. I want to say same with D tackle. I think you at least draft somebody in those middle rounds. We got a signing. Not for us, but Patrick Ricard back to the Ravens. The fullback position lives. 1 year deal. Shout out to the Ravens getting him back. The fullback position is alive and well. Definitely trade that 29th pick. Definitely got to trade back. Marcus Mariota being a free agent, do you think we re-sign him or does he go somewhere else? That's the tricky one I'm waiting on. That's the one I'm kind of waiting on because I feel like the market for him has dwindled. I feel like there's still another team or two that would be out there that would want to pay him a good amount, whether it's a team that's gonna get a rookie quarterback. Maybe I don't want to say goes back to Tennessee, but the Browns traded for Kenny Pickett, so that's kind of out. Maybe the Giants. Maybe the Steelers, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't go there, that'd be like their backup plan. I could see that. But if that's the case, then he's probably going to be too much for us to bring back. But the good news is, like I said, the market has dwindled to where I feel like he would want us just stay here instead of saying like, oh, I'm going to go back to Tennessee and, help Cam Ward do what I just did with Jane Daniels. Excuse me. Or I'm going to say the Browns, but they just got Kenny Pickett. So who else is going to draft a quarterback? If Rodgers goes to the Steelers, the Giants have to draft a quarterback. I don't think Marcus Mariota would go to the Giants. That just screams, no stability whatsoever. So I at this point, like going into free agency, I didn't feel good about it because of, I'm surprised so many quarterback moves were actually made, but I would be, at this point, I would be pretty surprised if he didn't come back. I would be like, damn. And speaking of Jeremy Chin too, I felt like they really thought Chin would come back. That's the vibe I'm getting. I feel like they really expected Chin to come back, but maybe he just got, a noticeable more amount from the Raiders, and he's like, I got to take it. At this point in his career, I don't blame him either. Like, had a prove it deal, proved it, and then, go somewhere else on a better deal. We need to upgrade DBs before running back. I definitely agree, but God damn, that running back room was bad, man. The run game just abysmal. Jaden was the run game. Absolutely abysmal. Thoughts on something like Ingram. I know we have Ertz and Bates, but another weapon would be nice. Yeah, it's not going to happen. He's going to go to the Broncos. Because now we got Ertz, Ben, and Bates. No, they're not going to do that. Should hire me and FIVA. Play the Eagles. Oh, yeah, the Eagles would definitely take my green. They definitely would. If we get Hampton at 29, I'd be hyped because he is a really, really good running back. Fans might absolutely hate it, but I would be ecstatic with Amari and Hampton. Get an extra 2 picks between the second and fourth round, probably even trade the second. We can get a couple of third and fifth round picks. So yeah, there's so many different scenarios that we can do to pick up more, more picks. I'm not worried about how many draft picks we have, to be honest with you. I know a lot of fans are freaking out about it, but I'm not at all, to be honest with you. I think Justin Simmons could be in the cards for the right price, though. I think for the right price. Yeah, we do got to have someone that wants to trade with us too. So that's a good point too. Yes, we got to have some trade downs, but we also need a trade partner. I'm gonna worry he's a freak, but he's not very versatile. Doesn't fit a lot of defense either, so he could fall. Chin felt essentially the same. Combines, yeah. So same thing, yeah. But I think some team would take a swing on his athleticism after what he did. That would be nice to get him. Scatterboo is the white running back. Yeah, he is. But he's actually really good. I like him. A lot of people really like him. Giambi was outperformed in the regular season by everyone in the chat, literally. Crazy amount. I don't know who this guy is. Hold on, I got to text Spy back real quick. Let me see what we got going. Let me just check. I was tagged at a couple things on Twitter. Bobby Wagner said a couple things. Darrington Evans going back to the Bills. All right. Some pass rusher going back to the Bucs. Not too worried about that. Let's keep it up in the chat. Let me see. Let me bring up our signings for people to just see. Come down a little bit. Yeah, Henderson's probably like my top guy. I just think he's a complete dude. Oh, wait, let me see. Let me see something. There's a video about the Tunzel trade. We'll watch that together. My guy Brandon. Let's see. Shout out to Brandon. All right, we gotta watch this.
Yeah. Did everybody know Laramie Tunzel was available? Yeah, they kind of, I don't want to say shopped because it's not like they were like, shopping is more like we're trying to get rid of them. If not, we'll cut them. They talked to some teams who are in the tackle market, and some of those teams opted for younger or cheaper versions. Okay, we'll see.
Bad move.
Yeah. No, this is like the really interesting stuff to me. It's like several teams who either signed tackles or were in the tackle market had the chance for Tunzel, decided not to. Like, we're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, I know how it's going to go with Tunzel. Tunzel's going to do his shit. That's how it's going to go. CJ's wondering what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
and Jaden Daniels is going, thank you.
Yeah,
everything going on in Washington right now. They bring in Debo. They bring in Laramie Tunzel for him. I mean, what they're doing in Washington, trying to flip this culture and continue to go, not just have a one-off. Good for them. I'm pumped for them. When I saw Laramie's name move, I was like, what? That was right after we went off the air.
Yeah.
I think it was like 20 minutes afterwards. I was surprised. Very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, money obviously always makes sense. I just assumed maybe locker room or something that we aren't privy to because, once again, you don't see these type of guys at that position move. And then with how shitty the Texans' offensive line was last year, to move on from him was definitely a head-scratcher.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I love the fact that we got him. Like I said, we got him at a good deal too. I'm gonna pull up Spot Track that shared it. Not worry about Daniel Jones. Trying to pull up the exact. Here we go. Damn, that was lucky. Laramie Tunzel brings in a 2-year, $42.6 million contract with him to Washington. So yeah, we're only paying him next season 21.3 mil, 10 guaranteed, and 2026, 21.3 mil with no guarantees. So I don't think he gets an extension. I don't think there's a reason to give him an extension either. The Texans took on 15 mil of dead cap per the trade, freeing up 13.85 mil of cap space, which is cool, but they still have 0 offensive linemen. So I'm not extending him now. I'm letting him play on that 21.3. Next season, if he plays like extremely well next season, which I think he will, one of the top left tackles in the league. I think he's second best in the league. Then I think you could extend him, give him a little bit of guaranteed. 2026, that number drops down probably to like, I don't know, 15, 16 mil, not 21.3. And then you lock him in for like 2027, 2028. But I love that deal. I love the contract that he's bringing over. 21.3 mil is like nothing. What I really want to see, who's better than Tunzel? I would say Trent Williams is still the best left tackle in the league. I would still do it. I would still say Trent Williams is better than Tunzel. Yeah, I agree with that. As old as he is, he still is. But I think Tunzel's behind him, like not far. I want to see top paid offensive tackles in the league. Where does he rank? Let's see. So he's third. Christian Darrisaw, who got paid recently. Trent Williams is still making the most. Andrew Thomas, Jordan Mailata. So per year, 25. I'm trying to think who would get paid next. It's like all these dudes recently got paid. So, I mean, we're giving Larry Tunzel market, like what the market is right now. Jake Matthews just got paid. Alaric Jackson just got paid. Ronnie Stanley just got paid. I mean, they're definitely not on the same tier as Laramie Tunsil. Christian Darrisaw. Is Christian Darrisaw better than Laramie Tunsil? Or where's... How come they don't have Wirfs on here? I feel like Wirfs makes a lot. Wirfs is a right tackle. That's right. He's a right tackle. Same with Penei Sewell. But left tackle wise, Tunzel is better than Jordan Mailata. Cut the cap. Tristan, yeah, no. But yeah, I'd say Trent's first. Jordan Mailata is not better than Laramie Tunzel. He's a beast. He's amazing. He's only 28. That's great for the Eagles. He's not better than Laramie Tunzel. I'm sorry. No. Wirfs is a right tackle. I'd say Wirfs is a better... I would say Wirfs is a better overall tackle than Laramie Tunzel, but it's really freaking close. But he's a right tackle. I'm talking about just left tackles right now. I say he's second. Close second all day, every day. Not second. I think it's close. So, yeah, Darrisaw, I know Laramie Tunzel struggled with penalties last year, but once again, he was literally the entire offensive line for them. But Darrisaw also struggled with penalties too, and Darrisaw is amazing, and he's only 26 years old. I think Darrisaw is right behind Tunzel. I would say Trent, Tunzel, Darrisaw, Mailata, Deion Dawkins is a beast. I mean, Andrew Thomas. I would go Trent Williams, Laramie Tunzel, Darrisaw, Damn, is Dawkins better than Mayada or no? Damn, that's tough. Mayada is a beast, though, especially for a dude who, like, said, what is football, and then just became a dominant left tackle. And then I don't know. It's between Dawkins and Mayada, then Andrew Thomas for me. But Tunzel's second best. I don't care who disagrees. Go look at PFF. I think Mayada's good, but I'm just saying. Tristan Wirfs is the highest paid overall tackle. Penei Sewell, Trent Darrisaw. I thought they have Wirfs listed as right tackle here. Am I tripping? Because he moved, didn't he? I think he went from left to right. Let me go back to PFF. I'm pretty sure he moved. Because he was like the first player to go from like get all pro at left and right tackle. I'm pretty sure. So they're saying 2024 he played left tackle. Maybe I got to switch up. Maybe he went from right to left. Yeah, so he started out right tackle and then went to left tackle. Okay. So now he's left tackle. Okay. So I will say Wirfs is better. Damn. I'll say all right, Wirfs is better than Tunzel. But it's close. He didn't allow a single sack last year. Hey, Tristan Wirfs is different. I ain't gonna lie. Tristan Wirfs is different. According to PFF overall grade, Tristan Wirfs was 9th in the league last year. So, say what you want about that. Player grades. Let's check out the overall player grades. Not quarterbacks. Tackles. They said Jordan Mayada was first. Rashawn Slater, too. Yeah, Rashawn Slater's a beast. Tron Armstead, Lane Jackson, Zach Tom, Trent. They graded Laramie Tunzel. Pass blocking grade was 4th best in the league. They're just saying his run blocking grade was lower. Like I said, his line was ass. That's literally the worst offensive line in the league, and they have it. And it's with a really good offense, with a good left tackle, and they were still terrible. So, I think Laramie Tunzel's that dude, man. I can't wait to see his bald head blocking for Jaden Daniels. Maybe he's 3rd. Trent, and then Wirfs, then Tunzel, then Mayada, then Dawkins. It's close. Darrisaw is a beast. Darrisaw is younger too, so it helps. But Mayada balled the fuck out last year. That dude's nasty. About to have some serious buyer's remorse. Can't believe they gave Javon $20 million. He's top 5 for sure. We'll say that. He's top 5. Tunzel and Coleman on the left side of the line together, about to be an immovable force. I do agree with that. I'm telling you, I seriously think Coleman moves to left guard. And that's great, but I'm still deeply concerned about the right side. Like, do y'all really think they have Andrew Wiley as the right tackle next season? I think that's like last resort, like type stuff. I don't think they just roll into the season with Andrew Wiley at right tackle. I would have a hard time seeing that. Tabletop said, are we being too cute with our signings? All the top corners are gone and safety is drying up. Our defense still stinks or sucks. Yes and no. Like, I get it. Like, maybe they do just want to draft another corner. You know, that is a high paid position. So maybe they just want to draft one in the first 3 rounds. And, I mean, I can see why, because the corner room, I like the corner room a lot. And there's a lot of guys that really fit what they like. Jahdae Barron's going to be out of reach. I think Will Johnson will be out of reach. But like Trey Amos is a for sure Dan Quinn guy. Same with Maxwell Harrison. Both of these dudes are like perfect corners. Siobhan Revel, another one. I think Darian Porter is another perfect guy that Dan Quinn would really like. Tall, lengthy, wide receiver turned cornerback with ideal ball skills, ranked above the 95th percentile in height and length, and has elite track background that translates to the field. Sign me up. Like, I'm telling y'all, he's a beast. Azariah Thomas is another guy who's so freaking good. I don't think he'd be there at 63, but maybe so. Benjamin Morrison, because of his injury, could be there around that 67 mark. Dorian Strong, I think, super underrated. Jacob Parrish, a little bit smaller, but another one of these feisty guys. Kobe Bryant is a guy that Dan Quinn would like. Feisty. I know he's a smaller guy, but he's one of those feisty dudes. Kind of reminds me, like, mentality-wise, of like Marshawn Lattimore. I think Noel Williams is extremely underrated. And then you have some depth guys. But, like, starting-wise, I think Kobe could start. I think Dorian Strong could make a running for start. Benjamin Morrison, if he's healthy, he could definitely start. Azariah Thomas could start. Porter could start. Revel could start. Harrison could start. Amos could start. I mean, there's a lot of corner options in the draft that you know they're probably licking their chops at. So it's like, hey, we have 6, 7, maybe 8 corners we really like in this draft that we're going to have a chance to get. Would we rather do that, or would we rather participate in the market reset that happened with J.C. Horn getting 25 a year? Maybe AP and them said we have a better chance of getting our guy in the draft than getting our guy in free agency without just overspending for him and resetting the market. So if that's what they want, cool. Just like looking at the picks, like we don't have 238. Say we trade back and get a third and a fifth. Let's just assume. We got an early second, a late second, and say we have a third, a fourth, a fifth, our sixth, and then 1/7 left. Like even at pick 61. If I can look, pick 61. If Porter's there, if Azariah Thomas is there at 61, that is a home run pick. Holy shit. The dude allowed like 19 yards in coverage last year, like something absurd. He's really good. I think he fits exactly what they want to do as well. What options do we have for guard and free agency? There's not a lot. The only one they might get a vet stopgap guy. Tevin Jenkins is still out there, but he's just going to be pricey. I could see them getting Kevin Zeitler for a year. I could see them getting, didn't James Daniels go somewhere? Or am I tripping? I feel like he did. Mekhi Becton, maybe because of that Kenyon Green trade. Maybe they think Becton leaves. I could see Brandon Sheriff for a season. Bringing the Sheriff back, filling in the right guard until Cosme gets healthy. Like, that's a 1-year guy. Will Hernandez is my guy, though. I like the upside. I feel like he's a high floor guy. But he had a knee injury last year, too. But it was week 5, so I feel like, it's not like Cosme where it happened in the playoffs or like the end of the season, Lincoln Thompson got signed. That's pretty much all I like. Ben Bradenson got signed. If I'm gonna take a swing on any guard, though, I'm gonna do Will Hernandez, Sheriff for a year. Becton wants a 3-year deal. I don't know about that. Or Kevin Zeitler. It's gonna be someone like that, though. It's gonna be a cheaper guy. That's gonna be depth when Cosme comes back, or a guy that if he has to start all of next season, he could. But like $6 million on a starting right guard. Same with Sheriff, $6 million starting right guard. Hernandez, $5-6 a year, whatever. He'd be depth as well. that's why I want Hernandez too. I don't think he would just be a 1-year guy, maybe 2, 3, and he'd be extremely cheap. So that's what I'm hoping for at guard. Like, don't expect some giant, you know, some giant contract like Tevin Jenkins. I would be shocked if we were in on like a Tevin Jenkins. Yeah, Bates as an inline tight end is technically on the offensive line too. Good point. Tunzel's definitely top 5 left tackles in the game. Definitely need to sign him to long-term after next year. Yeah. So I think you take advantage of that contract this year. And then, you know, depending on how he play, like let his play kind of dictate where the contract goes. If he really plays well and balls out, cool. I'm all in on, you know, giving him a bigger deal. I think a lot of people overrating spending heavy on free agency built through the draft for long-term success. Free agency is obviously loved by fans. It is. But it's because it's exciting, but it's way better to draft. And I agree with you on that. And fans are like, oh, we traded all of our picks. But I'm telling you, there is a path. Like right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks because this one was actually included as well. So right now we have 5 picks. I promise you, I am willing to bet anything that we will not be drafting 5 players on draft night. Even last year we traded back in the draft. Like, AP knows how to, like, y'all remember that video of AP talking to Howie Roseman about like trading picks and stuff, and how he like wanted another pick, and AP was like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, AP knows how to build through the draft and really manipulate the draft and get what he wants to do. So I'm not freaking out about the draft picks. Yep, love Amos and Porter. I feel like we are done trading. I feel like we're not in on the Trey Hendrickson deal. I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. I really don't see them giving up 29 for Trey Hendrickson. But maybe Newsome for pick 127, and I would still do that. As long as we don't sign St. Juice, we get better. I definitely agree with it. There's a lot of good corners in this draft, though. I like them a lot. Azariah Thomas, FSU, get him. We don't trade back. Oh, Puka Nacua is changing numbers. Puka is now number 12. That's what happens when you have Devontae Adams joining. I said, what did he play at BYU? Was it 12? Yeah. That's what we need. We need a Puka, man. That boy a dog. I love Puka. You see, Puka also tells you can get these really good wide receivers later on in the draft. Hell yeah, that's dope. Shout out to Puka. Big fan of Puka. Another signing. The Saints re-signing Javon Johnson. He was like the only tight end available. Not surprised by that they were able to bring him back. Oh yeah, Daniels went to Miami. I knew he went somewhere. I couldn't remember. Yeah, my first pick at corner would be Ezra Thomas or Zy Alexander. Late pick, Zoff Frazier. Yeah, Zoff Frazier's a dog too. Well, for one, Fowler's a free agent now. They need at least one DB. Talking to Hermit. Yeah, I don't think Fowler's coming back. I would be shocked if Fowler came back. I think we need like one rotational guy, though, like a Leonard Floyd or someone like that can get to the quarterback. I think we need like one rotational guy. Josh, what would your thoughts be of Mbo at 61? Yes, if I did like a mock draft yesterday after that trade went down, and that's how I went. I went Mbo at 61. I traded back. We took Landon Jackson, then we took Travion Henderson, and I forgot. I whoever I picked, like whatever my trade back pick was, I got Mbo. I like Mbo. He might be there where he's projected. I had a pick. It was like 80 something. I think it was like 88 or something, and he was there. I can't remember. But But the one thing you got to be careful of in this draft, there's a lot of right tackles that are going to be moved to guard. Like Cam Williams, he's so extremely raw for me. I'm not a Cam fan. Like he's too risky for me. Ozzie Trapillo, I could see it. I think he played more left guard though. But he did play right as well. But Marcus Mbo, I think he's I think he's going to be a solid right tackle. But like Jonah, he's going to kick into right guard in my opinion. Wyatt, a lot of people have him kicking into right guard as well. I could see it. Maybe you still take a flyer on him at right tackle. I feel like Belton could play both sides. Agenai Cornelius, he's more of a run guy. Yeah, he has limitations in pass protection, but if you need outside runs, that's your dude. Especially that late. I think that is a little late for him. I would do it. Logan Brown's a sleeper. Emory Jones is another one of those guys that, God, Emory Jones, man, he was a projected first round pick, but I think he's definitely getting moved into guard. But him at guard still would be fantastic. But we got Cosme. So Holland Pierce is my sleeper, 6'8", 344. Definitely, yeah. Pierce is an interesting player with an enticing frame. He improved each of his college seasons, though he will likely always battle with high pad level and lack of bend. Just work on that, bud. But hell, he was the 14th highest graded tackle in all of college football last year. So he was pretty damn good last season. But yeah, I'm a big fan of him. But I think there are some solid right tackle options in this draft, especially later on. Like you're not pressed to take. Like now we're out of the Josh Connerly, Ariante Ursary sweepstakes. Hell, I'd still take Donovan Jackson to play guard and tell Cosme to go play right tackle. Ozzie Trapillo, right tackle. Marcus Mbo, right tackle. Like if you trade back and get a third round pick, that's where you're going to find your right tackle. I still am pretty intrigued to see Wyatt Milam play right tackle, but a lot of people want him kicked into right guard. Same with Charles Grant too. William and Mary got a rep. And Anthony Belton. But yeah, there's some solid depth guys for sure. But you're not pressed to get one of those top guys anymore. And I know I said I would kick Coleman out to right tackle if you get Donovan Jackson, but I don't know what he would look like switching sides like that. I just don't know what that process is going to look like. I don't think AP's done it all, Matt. I don't think he's done it all. I'm going to trust the process. We fumbled this offseason compared to last. Well, everyone said last offseason was terrible, and look what happened. Everyone, I mean, there's so many people like brought up all these old tweets. People like they really signed Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler and Bobby Wagner and all these old dudes. And this is like the worst offseason in history. Like, what are they doing? And look what happened. So I like it. How about right tackle? Maybe draft one. Yeah. Shop and Charles, appreciate you, man. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Like I said, we are on the road to 7K subs. Shout out to Puka. Report saying Tunzel is not very good at run blocking. Maybe an issue. He is. He's not like one of the best at run blocking, but last year it was bad just because he had no help inside either. So the line was bad. As you can tell, they got rid of everybody. They are completely starting the line over. Shaq Mason gone. Kenyon Green didn't even, I mean, for a guy that got drafted that high, he was bad. Kenyon Green was really bad. How are we going to address DN and corner? I think we get some solid depth guys and some guys that can contribute on DN. I'm not ruling out Leonard Floyd or like Zadarius Smith. Let's check in on the D end. I don't think they update it like when guys get cut and stuff, but best available Azeez Ojulari would not surprise me if D-Law came here. Tweeted that out too. I'm good on Judon. God, what happened to Uche last year? That was bad. Yeah, he fumbled bad. He was one of the top free agents for a while. Charles Amenahu is another guy who's out there still, would not surprise me. So I think your best bet. I'm good on all these guys, honestly. Your best bet's going to be either Charles Omenihu, D-Law, like a 1-2 year deal. I think Dallas is trying to bring him back, though. And that's pretty much it. Azeez Ojulari, but he's like a rotational guy. Like I would not be jumping for joy for Azeez Ojulari. I know a lot of fans want him, but he's a pass situation guy only. One more trade incoming. I mean, hey, if we do, we do, but it's fine. To our fans, most of us are experiencing PTSD from the Snyder era. We need to sit back and trust our leadership. We'll be all right. So traveling alien trip check. Hell of a name. Hopefully Michael Gallup works out today. So yeah, he's visiting today. I think a lot of people missed that. He didn't. He took last year off. So I don't know how to feel about him. But I know all these fans wanted Martavius Bryant too after we signed him, and people were hype about him. But yeah, and then we also have a Commander's log coming out tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm hyped to see that. Trying to find. Here's 33rd team. Some more people. Keenan Allen, like. I honestly, Tyler Lockett might entice me a little bit. Like he might entice me enough. But yeah, I said DeMarcus Lawrence with Dan Quinn on a 1 or 2 year deal. Wouldn't surprise me if Dallas decides not to bring him back. He suffered a Lisfranc surgery week 4, missed the rest of the season. Should be recovered by now. Wouldn't stop you from drafting one either. Didn't require surgery, so that's awesome. That was me trying to sleep last night. Trying to find the Gallup. Chase went back as expected. Javon Holland, you're dead to me. Yeah, and then everyone's talking about like, oh, his run block, like the run blocking wasn't good for the Titans. I mean, the Texans. Like this is literally their offensive line last year. Tunzel, everybody else fighting for their life, and CJ Stroud. People wonder why CJ Stroud took such a step back last year. That's why. So yeah, this is technically today now. I tweeted this out yesterday. The Washington Commanders are hosting Michael Gallup for a visit tomorrow, which is today, per Ian Rappaport. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, he loves DQ, obviously, former head coach when he was with the Cowboys. So I think that's enough for him to say, hey, I want to come back. And I mean, look what happened with Ertz. Ertz was like done. Ertz was done. And he said that this past season revived his love for the game. Like that kind of means something. Biggest Steve with the super chat. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Skins fan here. Adam, cheap ass sucks. How do we pass on Sweat from Philly along with Ward from San Fran on a fairly good deal? Kinlaw overpaid negotiator. So, I mean, I broke down like the contract and, how it really isn't bad. If I could find Kinlaw, it's only 7.5 cap hit next year. And if things really go south and you don't like it, but you have to think that maybe they are paying him to be a D end. Maybe they want him to go back to D end, and that's why the price is what it is. But the cap hit for Kinlaw next year is only 7.5 mil. That is almost half of what John Allen's getting. But maybe they do want to play him on the outside. That's like a big unknown too. The cap hit obviously goes up a good bit after that. But in 2027, you have your possible out where you're saving. You're only taking 5 mil dead cap and you're saving 13.6 mil. So I would be shocked if he actually makes the full 45. Probably not going to happen, to be honest with you. Probably not going to happen. 2 more million and could have got Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack never wanted to leave, though. Khalil Mack wanted to stay. He was not about to go all the way from the West Coast to the East Coast to 1 year, and that's pretty much what they said. Like, he didn't want to leave, and I don't blame him. If you're going to go somewhere for like a year or so, you might as well just stay where you are. Elizabeth said that Lisfranc injury is no joke. Yeah, apparently it does suck. I mean, he missed the whole season. I had no idea what that was and had to look it up. And I was like, damn, that looks painful. But he didn't have to have surgery, so that's good. So would he be like the same D-Law? I don't know. That's something they obviously would have to check on, with the physical and stuff. But at this point, you might just sign D-Law to a 2-year deal, and he's another guy that rotates in with whoever you draft and just go by a D-line committee. And I'm fine with that. It worked for the Eagles. The D-line committee works for them. So if they get D-Law and draft a guy. Oh, we got news. Washington news. This is actually surprising. Maybe they do move a running back. Why? I like how I used the Titans picture. Veteran running back Jeremy McNichols is re-signing with Washington on a 1-year deal. So y'all know the move. We got to tweet it out. I don't know why you'd use a Titans picture, but that's interesting, though, because they're bringing back Chris Rodriguez. Huh. I don't know. What do y'all think in the chat while I post this? I thought he was for sure gone. I liked him to a 1-year deal. For Tom Pelissero. Huh. That's interesting. Maybe they get rid of B-Rob or Eckler. Maybe they get rid of one of them. Let me know. Yeah, re-sign McNichols. B-Rob, that's what I'm saying. Maybe there's no way we have the same backfield, though. I would be beyond disappointed if we didn't draft one in such a good running back room. Like, I don't know. And I know, like, I will agree with this. He was the best blocking running back for sure. Third down, y'all remember all the blitz pickups he had. He was a solid running guy. He had some touchdowns for us, but the fact that I thought they were going to pick between him and Chris Rodriguez. Surprised. I mean, maybe one of B-Rob or Eckler are gone. He had 55 carries for 261 yards, 4 touchdowns. I mean, he averaged 4.7 yards a carry. Like, it's not bad for a third running back. He had 6 explosive runs last season. It's not bad. No fumbles. B-Rob can't say that last year. 55 carries, 261 yards, 4 rushing touchdowns, 4.7 per attempt. 12 forced missed tackles, 6 explosive runs. That's not bad. Like, that's worth keeping, especially a guy that does pass protect the way he does. Hopefully we can trade B-Rob for a 5th or a 4th. I just. So, everyone says it sounds like Bosa's like almost done going to the 49ers. But I don't know. I'm confused. I'm not like confused by it. I'm more confused at like what this means for B-Rob and Eckler because they're both under contract. So but I don't think people realize B-Rob in like a trade package isn't crazy, unless some team just thinks he's way better. I don't know. Could be a camp body, but you already have a camp body with like Chris Rodriguez. So like if you're gonna add another running back, somebody's getting cut. So at that point, like why do you re-sign McNichols, and why do you the exclusive rights or whatever they had on Chris Rodriguez? Like that to me, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there's no way they're about to have 5 running backs. No way. Special teams demon. Yeah. B-Rob to Cincy for Trey. Yeah, I don't know about that. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, who would get cut? I think you save like $3 million on B-Rob and like $3 million on Eckler, but let me go back to they're going to be like at the bottom. All right, Eckler. Free agent next year. Potential out is this year. If you release him, you take a dead cap of 1.5, but you're saving in total let's just say 3.5 mil. Same if you trade him. And I think B-Rob's about the same. Yeah, not much difference. Dead cap hit is nothing, and you're saving almost 3.2 mil if you were to release or trade B-Rob. So I'm just confused. All right, guys, we did this a lot yesterday. We got to do it again today. It's time to do a live post. Y'all are going to tweet with me. There's no way Washington is going to run it back. No pun intended. With the same RB room. Let me do this. But also no way they keep 5 RBs. There's no way Washington's going to run it back, no pun intended, with the same running back room. But also no way they keep 5 running backs. Like, what am I missing here? There's no way they run it back with the same group. Oh, I put, not pun. I don't know. Maybe y'all know something I don't know. But McNichols, I wonder how much it's for. Because if it's like nothing, but then like why re-sign him if you're like, oh, we're probably just gonna cut him at training camp anyways, you know? I would be kind of confused. Maybe they are trying to move B-Rob. Did we have any running back trades yet? I know there's a couple moves like free agents, but no, B-Rob did not impress me at all. But someone tell me, have we had a running back trade this offseason? I know teams were trying to get Jordan Mason. He was a trade name. The Cowboys looked at him. Yeah, I mean, Panda Smalls. I'm confused too, man. I don't hate a running back committee, but it's just like when the committee's not that good. That's what surprises me. We got some super chats. Let me get to super chats. Juice Up Zay, you were here yesterday. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the super chat. F at start the dog. Tyler Owens at safety. I am not against them starting Tyler Owens, but he was really raw coming out of Texas Tech. Like not a lot of experience, but the athletic profile is there. Like he scored a 10 out of 10 on the relative athletic score, like highest ever. Like up there with Nick Amanwari, like athletic wise, like freak. We saw little splashes from him last season. Very, very, very little. But I want to see if they ramp him up, see what the real plan is there for Tyler Owens if he's ready. Maybe they I don't know. I would just be shocked if Quan Martin, Tyler Owens, and Will Harris are your final three like top safeties. I don't think they're done. But I appreciate the super chat big time. Billy said, yeah, I'm confused. I am confused too, Billy. Favorite running back in this draft? Travion. I mean, my favorite, of course, Ashton Genty. I would not be mad if Washington took Amarion Hampton at 29 if he was there. I don't think he'll be there, though. So if they're picking one in the second, I would be fine with Judkins or Henderson. Sampson's super young. Like, honestly, I just want a really good running back. But my favorite is Travion Henderson for us. Only a 1-year deal, which is cool. But still, it doesn't make sense to keep 5. Something else has to happen. Another super chat. Let me get to it. Biggie Steve, appreciate the super chat, man. We don't make it past the first round. Who's to blame? I mean, I'm just saying, man, we still added a ton of good players, and we haven't really lost anyone besides Diami and Jeremy Chin. So I'm not freaking out yet. My radar will not go crazy until after the draft. But we'll see. Eckler getting released after that fumble. I'm more just concerned about the 2 concussions he got. Maybe they believe with an improved line that maybe the backs can produce more. I mean, sure, but the offensive line is not going to fix B-Rob's legs, the injuries he had, the juice that's gone. Well, like I said, Austin Eckler having those 2 really bad concussions, like I don't know. Victor Von Doom, appreciate the super chat. B-Rob to Cleveland for Newsome. Aren't they losing Chubb? I just don't think they would trade for B-Rob. But yeah, they're going to lose Chubb. So that's another thing too. Chubb is out there. Don't know what his legs are like. But I think it would take. All right, how about this? I would trade B-Rob and a 7th. We don't need a 7th this year or next year. B-Rob and a 7th for Newsome. Let's do it. I would do that in a heartbeat, honestly. I would do that in a heartbeat. I think Najee Harris just got signed, though. He was a free agent. He didn't get traded, but I don't think it's actually been a good yes, please God, draft one. I don't think there's actually been a trade for one. RJ Harvey, yep, better than B-Rob in free agency and a stacked running back draft. I can't see anybody trading for him. Yes, in such a loaded running back room, the trade value is going to be super low. Quinshawn Judkins, we don't need B-Rob. We have Debo for power running. We need a shifty and fast pass catching running back. I don't disagree with that. I don't think they're going to really use Debo as much in the run game because you want that longevity. But we'll see. I'm sure the Browns would love to potentially elite a corner for a worn down 4-6 running back. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to include a pick, for sure. God, Kaz Allen, I forgot he existed. I'm all the way out on Kaz Allen. Booker or Jackson, I wouldn't mind it either. Especially, I don't know if Booker would be there, but I think Jackson would be. Judkins sent B-Rob to Dallas for Jonathan Mingo. I still can't believe they did that trade, Hannah. I still can't believe they traded. Was it a 4th round pick for Jonathan Mingo? That's insane. We traded for Debo for less than what Dallas traded Jonathan Mingo for. Let's see. Kid is a specimen. Oh yeah, Dominic. Merle said B-Rob's getting released. I don't know. I scattered with the second coming of the D, so that's hard to say. But I mean, he plays at such a high level. I'm not going to doubt him until he gets to the league. But there's not a good, history of like running backs, like him, like Toby Gerhart, Mike Allstott. They're just not good. But we'll see. Here's a going. As I eat my Reese cup. Do you think that the front office thinks the team is closer than it really is? I do. But once again, you have to think. They got a franchise left tackle now. They traded for Debo. I think that they really feel like we are close. And those 2 signings are massive. Or trades, I'll say. 2 trades. Of getting Debo and getting Laramie Tunsil. That tells me like they're ready to win. Adam Peters has been at that Super Bowl window with the 49ers for a long time. He said, I'm not doing that shit again. Like knocking on the door, couldn't get through. He said, we are going to take advantage. B-Rob shouldn't have been running back 1 when he was here. I'd rather have, honestly, it might be a hot take, but I agree with you. B-Rob was really bad in pass protection. Really bad. Like, I mean, I was like, what the fuck? I mean, remember that play where Jayden got like rolled up on? Who was it? Falcons game. Wasn't it the Falcons game? B-Rob just whiffed. I mean, bad blocking. But yeah, I think everyone's saying Najee to the Chargers. I think he didn't get traded though. Like he was a free agent. Yeah, he didn't get traded. He actually just signed there because he was a free agent. But I want to see what this deal is. I want to see how much. Nobody knows. Get out of here. Did they add McNichols yet? Yeah, 1 year deal. So, but that's what I'm saying, y'all. Think about it. What did we lose? Jeremy Chin, De'Ami Brown. What did we gain? Debo, Laramie Tunsil, Javon Kinlaw, Will Harris. You have to assume this team is better than it was, like by a lot. Adding just Laramie Tunsil and Debo makes this team so much better already than it was last year. Now, how much weight are you really putting into losing De'Ami Brown and Jeremy Chin? I get the Chin one. De'Ami, don't come at me like he was some dominant runner, like wide receiver, because he wasn't. But you have to look at this team and say, we are better than we were last year. I don't see how you don't get a wide receiver 3. Yeah. That would be nice. Are we sure Austin? That's what I'm saying. I don't know what if he doesn't come back? What if those 2 concussions were just too much for Austin Eckler? Maybe. So the writing on the wall says B-Rob's either traded or cut, or Austin Eckler's not coming back. Trying to see what everybody's saying. Yeah, I don't know. This is a to be continued move. Like I'm trying to figure it out, but I think this I mean, so this is what Albert Breer had to say about the Washington Commanders in like the offseason so far. He said Peters took over a team missing key players at left tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, and edge rusher. In just over a year, he's reshaped the team with Laramie Tunsil, Jaden Daniels, Deebo Samuel, and Marshawn Lattimore. Although edge is still in question, Albert Breer has been impressed so far. He said why the Commanders could be close to a Super Bowl. So I think our fan base is just freaking out way too much. He puts us up as one of the teams with the Patriots and the Vikings that aren't messing around in Albert Breer's NFL free agency notes. I mean, I kind of want to pull this up and read it, but I think fans are just we set ourselves up for this. We talked about Myles Garrett for so long, and we talked about Charvarius Ward, and it's my fault too. But just imagine the team we had last year that made it to an NFC Championship game. Not saying we don't need to be better, because we do. Adds Debo, adds Laramie Tunsil, adds Will Harris, adds Javon Kinlaw. Guys, we have a franchise left tackle. We have a legit wide receiver too. We have depth at safety, and we're starting to build the trenches on the defensive side as well. I think this is a good start. Trading for Laramie Tunsil alone is a holy shit move. Same with Deebo Samuel. Those were both holy shit moves, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, as long as McNichols isn't going back there to do kickoffs, that's fine. Let me see. And I think we should be re-signing some more people soon. That's what I'm guessing. Rio called Will Harris diet chin. What the hell's Rio doing right now? I don't know if he's live right now or what. If we're debating between B-Rob and Rodriguez as running back 1, we're cooked to that position. I don't think that's it. I don't think so. I don't understand why D-Law isn't a commander yet. He will be cheap. I think it's definitely on the table. It would not surprise me. I know he said he wanted to go back to the Cowboys. Cowboys are trying to work something out. But we'll see. Why are people hating on my boy Ben right now? That's crazy. People saying the Ben Sinnott experiment is over. How? Crazy talk. Crazy. Yeah, Will Harris is hyped up to come here. Can we just run with C-Rod as our running back one since we tendered him? I mean, God. We need more. We gotta get more. We need more in the run game. I get the vision and being financially responsible, but cornerback, running back, and wide receiver room worries me. I mean, yeah, like we still are not we're not done. We are not done. Hannah said, "Do you think our front office has seen enough for McNichols and C-Rod to make them our starters?" I don't think so. Especially in this running back draft, like you have to be impressed with what you've seen. I think you have to. My approach has come down to waiting and watching because us fans have wish lists, but we don't know. We don't squat about what's actually happening in that building. Very, very, very true. Bolster our O-line so anyone can run the ball. I mean, I know people said like his offensive, like run blocking isn't top tier, but still just adding Laramie Tunzel and then moving Coleman into guard, you're running the ball to the left side a lot better now. You know, Nick Allegretti, love you to death. You can pull, you can move in space. That's awesome. But if you kick Coleman into left guard now, you're cooking. You're able to run the ball on that left side a lot more. I heard that DT we picked up can place him in as well. Yeah, so Kinlaw, and that's what I'm interested at because I feel like they did pay him to be a little bit more on the edge than just a straight up D tackle, but we'll see. Neither C-Rod or McNichols are starters. They're decent for depth, though nothing more, which is fine. But like that's what I'm saying. Why are you going to keep both? Like, what's the point of bringing both of them back? Unless Rodriguez is just that guy again. That's the camp body that we elevate. But now we've got 4 running backs. I mean, I'll say this. If Adam Peters can trade B-Rob for anything, that man's the GOAT. If he can somehow trade B-Rob, I don't care if it's for a 7th. If he can trade B-Rob in this market, in this running back class, and he can trade him for any draft, I don't care if it's the last pick of the draft. He's a GOAT. I'm sorry, but I don't see a way. But at the same time, like I wouldn't just get rid of B-Rob. I don't know. I need answers. Like we need to call AP and see what he's doing. Oscar said Ben will be a problem. Just let him learn with Ertz and Bates. I fully agree. I think Ben's about to be legit. What's up with a real kick returner? Because Luke returning kicks is not on my bingo card. I don't know. He actually kind of surprised me at the end of the season when he was running back kicks. But maybe we'll, have somebody else do it. Maybe we'll get a wide receiver in the draft or somebody that can do it. But I was actually kind of impressed by Luke McCaffrey's, kick returns. He was getting to that sideline quick and he was trying to get up the field. I thought he was actually doing pretty damn good. If we don't draft running back, we're cooked. I do agree. Like, that would be the biggest shock to me if we decided not to get a running back in this class. I'd be like, wow. That would be the one time where I'm like, I'm starting to doubt. Like, I told you, like, I will keep it real. I'm not just always super positive, but if we don't get a running back and we just run it back with this same room, I'm like, wow, that's a decision. Oh yeah, talking about Javon Kinlaw. Yep. B-Rob would get a 5th at best, but I think that's unlikely. Man. if he gets a 5th for him, then holy shit, I will kiss AP's feet. If he gets a 5th for B-Rob, holy smokes. Put a 30 or 40 number on Ben. He can perform better. I have his Kansas State jersey signed above my bed. It's a 34. I would love for him to wear a 34 again. That'd have been dope. Ryan said, everyone relax. It's day 2 of free agency. We still have the draft. We can't fill every hole in free agency. I do agree. And like, I think when it comes to like filling out those important positions too, like you already have a money invested corner with Marshawn. You have your rookie with Samer still. You know, when it comes to those big positions, edge, corner, offensive tackle, like we got Tunzel. I feel like the draft, if you can get a really good one and they're already cheap, you're not paying, 2 corners with Marshawn Lattimore, even though he is on a good deal. You're not paying 1 corner like $20 million a year and him $18 a year. I'm just waiting. I hope they get one of these outside wide receivers like Robinson or Moore or Westbrook Akine. Like, I don't have to worry about wide receiver until like later on in the rounds and stuff like that. And just get one more rotational guy. Victor Von Doom, Super Chat, appreciate you, man. Be on the lookout for Raheem Smith out of BGSU next season. Super fast, shifty wide receiver, finally about to get his shine. Let's see. Raheem Smith. Let's see. I honestly, whenever I watched Bowling Green, it was literally just for Harold Fannin Jr. He's from Baltimore. A little bit smaller, but I don't mind it. 22-23, scores touchdowns. I don't hate it. Raheem Smith. Put him on my list. He's a junior. I like all them DMV guys, honestly. So appreciate the super chat. I'm trading P-Rob for better flavors of Gatorade. What is the best flavor of Gatorade? That's the real question. What color? That's the real question. Draft has to be BPA regardless of position needs. Gerald, appreciate the super sticker, man. Thank you for the support, everybody. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. Hit that thumbs up as well. Like I said yesterday, we went crazy on the stream. Obviously, today's a little bit slower, but we're still killing it today, guys. We were live for 6 hours and 45 minutes yesterday, which was nuts. I don't know how we did that. I might call it at 4 o'clock today. Well, 4 o'clock my time. I might give it another hour before I got to hop off and eat and do some work and stuff like that. But Tiger Woods ruptured his Achilles. Ugh. RIP. I'm trading B-Rob for Gatorade. Draft has to be BPA. We need to move Deron Payne so we can save some more money. That's the last thing we need is another hole at D tackle. I think this will be the last year for Deron Payne, though. Unfortunately. I say unfortunately, but I mean, this is a make or break year for Deron Payne. Like, if it's not now, then when the hell is it, See, this year he's making 26.1 mil. And your possible out is next season. Scourge. So next season for Deron Payne, if you cut him, you take a dead cap of 11.2 mil, but you're saving a whopping 16.8 mil. So pretty much about what the John Allen wasn't as much dead cap. I think John Allen's dead cap was like 6 mil. But I mean, like I said, if it's not now, when the hell is it, Deron? How long did what's going on? And I've been very patient with Deron Payne too, because he is an Alabama boy, but he's getting paid 26.17 mil this season. That's a lot. B-Rob needs a front line. He'll be just fine with a good line. See, I'm still worried. I worry about he had 2 or 3 different leg injuries last year. It just seemed like all the juice. And with his kind of style play, that downhill running, like just hitting a gap kind of running back, churning those legs and just, once your legs, and it's crazy because he didn't even play a lot in Alabama. Like he played a little bit until like his last season is when he finally started, and he played well. And, he looked good, but it's not like he had a lot of, wear and tear like Derrick Henry did coming out. It's just, I don't know. Those leg injuries this year seem like they took a toll on him because I feel like it was like 2 or 3 different ones too. It wasn't even like the same thing. B-Rob has vision problems. He doesn't see the holes. I mean, that too, but it's just like, even when he gets hit, he's just like, now he's falling over. Before he was like breaking, through holes, breaking tackles and stuff. Now he's just like, how about we trade B-Rob to the Steelers for an edge? I don't even know who they would have to give us. Everyone they're paying is expensive. Glacier Cherry is the best. You're right. BPA debate is tiresome. Who's going to decide who BPA is? Everyone's going to have a different opinion. I mean, it's just, and I'm glad you say that. It's just best for Adam Peters and them. And I can't tell you how many times I've watched like that video of them like talking about, like when they're in the war room, talk about the draft and players they really like and stuff like that. I love seeing that kind of stuff. And I love seeing like the guys they were hype about, like Mikey Samerstill, like Johnny Newton, Ben. I mean, they were super high on everyone we got. Like you could tell. But everybody's draft board is completely different. And when the draft starts happening, there's guys that were projected in like the 4th getting taken in like the 2nd. You're like, whoa. Some teams grade other players higher than others and vice versa, just like much lower than others. 1st and 6th for Hendrickson in the 3rd and 5th. That's too much for them. They wouldn't do a 3rd and a 5th. If anything, it would be like a 1st for Hendrickson and like a 6th round pick swap or something like that. I don't see the Bengals because they need to draft a lot too. I don't see them wanting to give up any picks. Trading B-Rob for Cheeseburger, if it's from the right place, I would do it. B-Rob for Cup. Because Cup isn't cut till tomorrow. They're trying to get a trade for him. I mean, you got to pay Cup. I don't know what he's trying to get paid, but I don't think they've actually said anything. Let me see. Let me see real quick. Hold on 1 second. I just don't know what Cooper Kupp wants money-wise. I feel like it couldn't be nothing crazy, but maybe it was enough to where the Rams just didn't want him anymore, but I mean, fuck it. If they would do the trade, I would probably do it. I would probably do it. He said, I'm not going to lie. I wish we would have signed everyone the Giants did. Honestly, there was like a couple good of mine. A couple players of mine that they signed. I was like, damn. Tiger Woods is cooked. Drawn Payne is going to put up 12 sacks next year and finesses for another 100 million. I don't think Adam Peters would do that. But I pray to God if he gets double-digit sacks, like I would be hype. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see him getting another contract either. I don't know. I don't see it. I feel like they liked John Allen more than Deron Payne. It was just they didn't want to pay John Allen that contract. So I think Deron Payne knows this is his last season too. So he's got to ball out because he's going to be fighting for a contract somewhere else like John Allen just did. So he's got to play well this season. So maybe that's enough for Deron Payne to say, hey, all right, I need to ball out this year because if not, I'm going to get released and my market's going to suck. No on Hendrickson at all. Definite thought, not potential. Yeah, I don't know. I think Cup does get cut tomorrow. So we'll see. I'm not out on signing Cup too. Like if we have the money for it, hey, do it. That saves you from, once again, you don't have to draft a wide receiver except for like one like super late as a depth guy, maybe. But if you do Terry, Debo, Cup, bring back Olamide Zaccheaus. I say Noah Brown. Then Luke. And then you just draft one. You draft one later on. I'd be fine with that. I get that it's like an older, it sounds like it's an older running back. I mean, a wide receiver room, but still. I mean, I feel like Jaden would cook. I feel like Jaden would cook with all that. AP fuck around and trade for Tariq Woolen out of nowhere. That would be something he would do. Like something we just wouldn't see coming. Payne needs to produce. He does. Corner. Do I think Scotty was the next? I don't know. Could be, but I just don't know if that works in like today's NFL. Like I don't know. He might surprise me though. I'm pulling for him, but I just don't know. John Payne's gone next year. Can't wait. Preston Smith reunion. Nah. Need Travion Henderson so bad, so bad. I don't think I would do Preston Smith. I don't know. I forgot he got cut a while back. I don't think so. 2/3 gets Hendrickson. Maybe. Yeah, Cup's getting cut tomorrow. The thing with Cup is that they did say that they will take the most money, so I feel like that wouldn't be Washington either. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I'm not giving up a pick for Cup at all. P-Rob is not going to get traded. I mean, I'd highly, highly doubt it. But I'm saying if he did, I would praise AP. Get him to the Cowboys. Jerry would probably trade a third for B-Rob, yes. But now I got Javonte as like the backup. So I think I'm gonna be pissed if they end up getting Amari and Hampton, which would definitely be a Jerry Jones pick, getting Amari on Hampton. You think we sign Von Miller? I think he's gonna go back to the Bills on a cheap deal. They're trying to keep him. If we got Cup, does Debo go to the outside? So Debo's primarily outside anyways, but Cup played a lot outside as well. I think Debo could be doing more stuff in the slot at that point. Sign Preston Smith at this point. We'll see. B-Rob doesn't have the vision. Mr. Electric is a slight worry with concussions. The other two had flashes, but I don't know. Yeah, man, it's kind of a loaded room now, but it's not like who's gonna be who's the guy. Like I love David Montgomery, but everyone knows Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy. Like B-Rob could be the David Montgomery, but you got to have that elusive, explosive playmaking guy as your running back one. And we don't have that. So I don't know. I love Cup, but he is more than we need now. Debo son. I agree mostly with that. I do. Wiley's a free agent after this season. We should just keep him and see how it goes. If he should get rid of him. Yeah, so I honestly think it'd be crazy to release Wiley. Like, even though you saved like $6 million, it would not make sense for me at all. Develop Luke into a Cup-esque kind of player. I don't know what his comp is right now because he's so raw. Yeah, he is raw. I think he'd have a better chance of being, I'm not saying as good, obviously, but I think like a slight mix of like Puka and Cup. Like, if his route running can get crisp, like Cooper Cup, like he's only played, like you said, he's raw. He's only played wide receiver for 2 years in college. And then obviously last year as a rookie, that was his 3rd year ever playing wide receiver, which is nuts. But the rawness, like the athleticism there, like he's a good athlete. Like he's played everything, safety, quarterback. And I like his contact balance. I like, once you get the ball in his hands, but just can you get the ball in his hand? Like I know he had a high separation rate last season, but he still needs to work on his route running a little bit, like crisp it up some, clean it up some. So he is like more, maybe depending is not the word, or dependable. Like, but Jaden can trust, like, hey, he's where he needs to be. This ball is going to him. But I don't think he can like go up and get it as much as like a Puka can. But I just think that physical style of play that Puka plays with, I think Luke can kind of be that. But I definitely want him to work on the speed and the finesse side of playing wide receiver too, like Cooper Kupp does. How about we give Boutte from the Pats? I don't know what he did last year, but I feel like he's not good. Luke McCaffrey, McGee, Hampton, Owens development is key in all of this. Yeah. I mean, all of those guys have high upside too. I mean, especially McGee and Owens too. McGee, another freak athlete that was hurt a lot last season, but yeah, if he can get going, holy smokes. Give me a couple like yesterday. Gotta wait. B-Rob doesn't fit as an RB1. We are slicing, attacking up tempo offense. We need a running back when it's a home run threat. I agree. Forced him into playing zone with JD5, where Debo is at his best as well. So if you can get a really fast, shifty running back, you're cooking. We just don't have that. I would love Kyle Williams is my guy. Kyle Williams is my home run pick on the outside. Say later, like we got to trade back. I think he would be a pick option at 127. I don't know where they have him ranked now. Probably like 150 something. But once again, I'm not too worried about where they have him ranked. 158. But yeah, I would love him on the outside. And I think he fits the scheme really, really well, too. Why not go get Diggs? He just doesn't fit. Yeah, Hilton. And I think this is Mike Hughes. Mike Hughes to the Falcons. Yep, another corner going back to where they were. 3 or 18 mil, super cheap. I mean, there's nothing to write home about. There's Tiger Woods. Yes, I'm not really too worried about the corner. Zadarius Smith is an option. I think so. Yeah, 318 for Mike Hughes. Nothing too crazy. Today is a slow day other than McNichols and Will Harris, but we'll see. May as well grab Zadarius Smith. Let's see. Kime just said something about McNichols. Washington's re-signing running back Jeremy McNichols to a 1-year deal. Source confirms McNichols served as a valuable pickup or backup in 2024 in multiple ways, from his blitz pickup to his running with a career best 267 yards rushing. I mean, he did have 4 touchdowns. Like, I mean, the thing that just confuses me is like, why bring back him and Chris Rodriguez? I'm not mad at the signing. I'm mad at the running back room as a whole. Like, I feel like they're not done yet. Cup might end up in New England. Oof. I know they're trying to get Ayuk. Patriots are trying so hard to get Ayuk. But what happened was they were so stuck on getting Ayuk, and then the new pretty girl walked in the room, DK Metcalf, and they kind of just put Ayuk on hold. And then once DK went out, they're like, okay, Ayuk, like we'll talk to you again. So they might miss out. We'll see. Keyshawn Boutte from New England. I have to see what he's actually done. I haven't kept up with him since he left LSU, honestly. Yeah, Mike Hughes to Atlanta. Hilton is still out there. Lucas Puka for sure. That's honestly like my closest thing. What's going on with Dante? I haven't heard anyone signing him, and he's burning his bridges with Washington. I'll show you what's going on with him. If you want to know what's going on with Dante Fowler. I'll show you exactly what happened. Decent pass rusher, 11 sacks. That's amazing. One of the worst run defenders in the league. It was not good. Everyone was so mad at the run defense. Oh my God. Fowler was the worst of the worst on the line at stopping the run. He was abysmal. I love the sacks. I love the 2 forced fumbles. I love that pick 6 he had. But damn, he could not stop the run to save his life. And it's unfortunate because, 6'3", 261, he's not undersized. You've got guys that are 245 that can stop the run better than him. If he could stop the run, he would be a great player. But holy smokes, this is kind of what we get because what's going on, Chef? Appreciate you, man. The thing with Dante is that he and Dorrance Armstrong too, not as much. They were both rotational guys. Dante Fowler's been a rotational guy his whole career, pretty much. And we need someone that can play all 3 downs. Not saying they have to, but Dante Fowler's like a 3rd down guy. Think about those outside linebackers that the Dolphins always sign, or the Steelers. He's not an edge guy. He's an outside linebacker, but he's just a giant. He's 261 and he's 6'3". So they call him an edge. He's not a legit edge setting player. That's not what he does. It is a good question, but it's just, now I'm going to tell you who he reminds me of. I would not mind Justin Simmons at all. And I would not mind Dylan Sampson. He's super young. D-Hop, I wouldn't hate it. But at the same time, it wouldn't blow me away. I'd be like, all right, cool. Let's see what he does. Back with Cliff, because he had Cliff in Arizona. I think they're going into camp with running back competition. I would definitely do that. I would too. But then if you're going to cut one, you're like, damn. Kind of wish you would have just made a decision now, Fowler is bad versus the run, but just a warning, PFF's run grading system is hella flawed. It is. But the tape says that he cannot set the edge at all. There was a lot. All these outside explosive runs to the left side that we saw, Dante Fowler was getting pushed, which it's understandable. Once again, he's a rotational outside linebacker guy, and you're asking him to go up against these left tackles and stop the run. He's just getting washed out, or he's getting, thrown on the ground. It's just... the tape was not good. Most of late round running backs had some serious weaknesses, mostly with blocking, pass protection. Yeah, that's what I really want to get one in this first 3 rounds, honestly. What's the problem with bringing Fowler back for a 3rd down edge? It just sounds like he wasn't it sounds like they made him an offer and he just didn't like it at all. This is exactly what happened with Cam Curl last offseason. Cam Curl thought he deserved some giant bag and that he's done so much here. And the front office said, hey, this is what we're going to offer you. He runs the social media, pretty much does the same thing. Says, oh, I'm gonna hit free agency. I'm gonna go get my bag. And nobody wanted him, and the Rams signed him for like nothing. It's literally the exact situation. Fowler and Cam Curl think they're worth so much more than they are. But if you're a liability in something, like it's just a business. We're not going to sit here and pay you some giant deal because you had 10 and a half sacks. I want to say was the official number. You had 10 and a half sacks last year. If we can upgrade, we're going to upgrade. Like I wouldn't hate bringing him back, but it just sounds like he didn't like what that deal was. Cause I mean, he literally said it was disrespect. Like he just said, I'm sick of the disrespect. So we'll see. Maybe he was saying that he didn't like how much, we were talked about, getting another edge guy, whatever, but still like just should have stopped the run. Be robbed to New England for Bourne, or maybe he gets traded with the team that doesn't have many picks, player swap for 2026 pick. I would do it. Running backs could be helped with Tunzel. Yeah. I mean, it's true, but still. Only tackle Fowler made to stop the run was Bobby Wagner that sprung. Yeah, that was bad. People talk about Jeremy Chin on that play, but they don't talk about how bad Fowler was on that play. Like, holy shit. So bad. We do need our John Riggins. That'd be nice. I like Justin Reed. I don't think signing Will Harris stops you from getting Reed. I just have no idea what his contract's going to be. We'll see. Murrow, I don't know, man. I don't think we'll get Rico down. I think we got to just draft somebody. I think we got to. Amari Cooper, I could see it. I could see Eckler retiring too. If those 2 concussions were bad, man, that would suck. I love Eck. But I don't know. I'm not ruling it out though. The thing with McNichols is they just liked that he could. I mean, he had some crazy big pass protection. Scored 4 touchdowns. Like, whenever he had opportunities, he did produce. I'm not mad at it. Once again, I'm not mad at re-signing him. I'm just more confused of like what the plan is for the running back room. Johnny Brown thinks he's worth a lot more too. For doing almost nothing his whole career. Yeah, he got paid way more than I would have been, comfortable with. He did get paid. There was going to be a market. Someone was going to take a flyer on him for sure. He's a wide receiver, and the wide receiver market was really, really, really bad. Any leads on players? Only player we got is Harris. So we got Harris. We re-signed Jeremy McNichols. Waiting for some more stuff. Done signing starters. I mean, technically, Olamide Zaccheaus is still listed as a starter, so no. And same with Noah Igbenogany. I would love to bring Noah back. I would love to bring Olamide back, starter-wise. That's all I am considering, to be honest with you. Fowler did a spin move on a run play and took out 2 players on the roster. It shouldn't be funny, but it is. Hannah said, I wonder if the Giants are going to wait on A-Rod to decide where he wants to go before they make a decision on letting Marcus Mariota start. So I think that is a spot I'm looking for from Mariota too. We haven't re-signed him yet. I think that is the holdup on him. Because Rodgers is down to the Giants and the Steelers now. And I don't know where he's going to go. He technically can't until like Wednesday too, because he's, hasn't been able to yet, but I think he goes to the Steelers. I would much rather go to the Steelers than the Giants. You kidding me? Rico said, give Cam his $15 million per year for 5 years. Yeah, Cam was not getting that much. Fowler is like getting all F's on a report card, but swear he deserves cake and a new pair of shoes because he got an A in gym. True. How many players do we have rostered right now? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, if you count Kinlaw, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 8, 17, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 on defense. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35, 36. If you count like the trades and the signings we have so far. 35, 36. We still got a shit ton of free agents. Still got a ton of free agents. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Technically 19 free agents left. I'm not really considering Austin Seabird. So we technically have 19 free agents left, though. That's a lot. A lot. So we got to bring some more guys back, honestly. Noah I is a must, and I would consider D-Law, to be honest with you. I would consider it. Like with McNichols, it's only a 1-year deal. He can still be cut. That's true. You're not wrong. He can still be cut, roster cut, training camp, like after all that, like he can still do all that. I think Noah should be signed, but wouldn't call him a must. I just think you have to get depth at corner and someone that has experience in our defense. I would be shocked if he doesn't come back. One more thing. Did KJ Osborne even play last season? Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, 19 free agents still left to sign, which is a lot. Yeah, we signed our long snapper. I think we gave him a new deal, didn't we? Yeah, he did nothing. Talk about KJ Osborne. He literally did nothing. Would you want Cooper? Is he going to be too expensive? I don't think he's going to be too expensive, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't want them to overpay for Amari Cooper either. Zacchaeus, Noah I, Mariota are the 3 I think you really need to bring back. For me, that's the top 3. I think those are 3 I would love to get back for sure. Fowler, Leonard, Floyd as a rotational pass rusher. I would take Leonard Floyd because Fowler's pissed. So I would take Leonard Floyd. And he's got way more sacks than Fowler has the last few seasons. No, I would be a great signing, playing on him being a 4th corner, but they could be comfortable putting him in because he knows the system. Exactly. I'm not saying he's got to be the starter, but I would definitely want him to come back as like a depth guy at least because we have nobody. Let me see. People are just not happy with this McNichols signing. Everyone's like, great, he's going to fumble. Everyone's pissed. Everyone's like, why? He's just going to fumble more. Don't kick off to him. Just keep him away from returns. Everyone legit hates this signing. I didn't think it was that serious. Like I'm confused at it, but I'm not pissed like a lot of these people are. I don't know. Yeah, there's not a lot of happy people. So yeah, I mean, Leonard Floyd, I wouldn't hate it. Dude does get a ton of sacks. Let me look him up some more. Oh. I thought this said Dante Fowler. It says Dante Pettis. I was about to say, we were literally just talking about him. But yeah, I think Joey Bosa is about to sign to the 49ers very soon. Leonard Floyd, let's see. I don't think he's amazing run defender either. So he had 11 sacks last season. He had 12 the season before that, 9 before that, 12 before that, 11. I mean, he's a double-digit sack dude the last 5 years. So, I mean, he would be a great Fowler replacement to rotate in at least. Looks like he's not the best at stopping the run either, but 44 pressures, 11 sacks, 26 hurries, 7 hits. I mean, 32 years old. And that's the thing. He's like 20-something pounds lighter than Dante Fowler is. And Fowler still can't stop the run. He's got like 20 pounds on him. I mean, hell, if he's your designated pass rusher, third down, whatever, and he gets you 11 sacks. But that's the thing. Even with Fowler, I think we just tried to use him too much, like every down, you know? Like, kind of just put him in a bad spot, like, honestly. But I don't know. And that's why I'd rather have D-Law, because I feel like D-Law can at least stop the run. Dave said McNichols signing. People are upset because they think now we will not draft a running back in the first 2 rounds. Yeah, they're crazy. I don't think that means that. Most are pissed because it looks like they want to run it back with the same backfield. They can't. There's no way. There's no way they will. I would be shook. Shook. Is Chris Rodriguez better than McNichols? I think it's close. I think McNichols has showed us more. Yeah, everyone likes to pile on players online just because they like being part of the hater mob mentality. Do you think the Browns offered? Yeah, I do. Especially at this point in his career, like I said, he's about to be 34. They gave him a 2-year deal. It sucks losing, reliable depth at offensive tackle, but I don't think Washington would have, offered him that much. 34 years old, being a backup. The Browns' offensive line is just bad, so I think they were willing to overpay. Fowler was very quiet in the playoffs, not 1 sack. So the guys that wanted the most money, kind of the opposite. Fowler didn't do anything in the postseason, and De'Ami Brown didn't do anything the entire regular season. Like, Fowler's like, I'll play the whole regular season pretty well, and De'Ami, you take over, and we're just both not going to come back. Sacks are fluky, though. Got to check the tape. Pass rush win rate. I do agree with that for sure. Because in the playoffs, ball security is magnified, especially when other people already had lost fumbles. We don't understand McNichols. That's true. That fumble was terrible. Will Harris played everywhere. He played corner, free safety. He played in the box, played slot corner. He did a little bit of everything. My question is, do you sign another punter after the draft and keep him on the practice squad? Way is getting older. No, so I think you would just, worst case scenario, if Tressway ever got hurt, you would just bring guys in and sign them. I mean, hell, we brought guys in all season, honestly, throughout the season last year, and just in case, because I think Tressway did have like some very minor stuff. Sante Samuel Jr., we'll see. Does Jerry Jones even pretend to let his GM make the draft picks? Jerry Jones is everything. GM, president, head coach. He's everything. Demetric Felton, he's an interesting one. I remember when he came out too. I can't remember if he's still in the Browns or what. Yeah, I agree, Alex. Nick Scorton would be my pick at 29. Him and Armstrong are the base guys. Fowler would be my rotational guy. Louisville blitzes from all spots. Bingo. Nick Scorton is still my top pick for edge for, if you don't trade back at 29, which obviously you want to because you can get more picks. If you don't trade back at 29, Nick Scorton or because I still think you can trade back and get a corner. I think Nick Scorton would be the guy at 29 if he's still there. We'll see. Let's see. C-Rob is better. Vision empowerment. McNichols better on third down. I can see that. Jeremy Fowler said he wants J.K. Dobbins to go to us. Interesting. Let me see. I haven't even checked. Like, I don't mind J.K. Dobbins, but I just really want to draft as well. You can't. I mean, he did look good last year. I would rather have J.K. Dobbins than B-Rob. Had 195 carries for 905 yards and 9 rushing touchdowns, 4.6 yards per carry. 27 explosive runs. That's crazy. No fumbles. $37 forced missed tackles. Yeah, we played well last year. Those are big numbers. 12th most rushing touchdowns. I mean, like I said, I would much rather have J.K. Dobbins than B-Rob. And you're going to get him super, super cheap too. I would literally switch out B-Rob for J.K. Dobbins in a heartbeat. Yeah, we got Will Harris. I like Trey Harris. I feel like he's a wild card too. Like, he might just be too much of like that body catching like guy. Like, I don't know. I feel like he had a groin injury too, but I do really like Trey Harris. I do. All right. Well, Leonard Floyd is signed. Did not last on the market long. Leonard Floyd to the Falcons. So we were just talking about him. Floyd to the Falcons. So forget about it. Yeah, no, Nick Chubb had that crazy bad injury. I don't think he's I don't think he's, worth anything. I think May will be better next year. I'm interested to see what he looks like with a defensive coach though, like with Vrabel. I do want to see what that looks like. But sign me up for DK or J.K. Dobbins. Cowboys have made some weird signings too. Cowboys are expected to sign former. So this might be a hint that D-Law is not coming back. I'm not saying that Peyton Turner's a starter, but maybe they're just trying to shore up the room. I wouldn't mind JK and one of those running back Ohio State. Hey, that's what I'm saying. If you can get J.K. Dobbins and then Travion Henderson, shit. I love you, Austin Eckler. B-Rob, it's whatever, but like I would replace both of them in a heartbeat. Harris a better cover guy. I guess we have to address the starting edge corners with our first 2 picks. Probably. Are these deals being reported 100% final, or is it a chance things change up tomorrow? So the thing is, like, these deals are agreed to very, very rarely. There's maybe like one a year where like somebody changes their mind because these aren't finalized until 4:00 tomorrow. But very, very rarely does it ever happen. But I feel like there's like, I don't know, one a year where it happens. Yeah, 1 year, 10 mil. I mean, shout out to him. The Falcons needed it. Yeah, he wanted to go back home to Atlanta. So that's another thing, too. A lot of these players, Javon Holland said he had family ties to the Giants, so he wanted to go there. A lot of, like, the free agency allows you to go where you want to. Like, who has a connection where, like, I want to go back to Texas, or my family's in Atlanta. Like, it's not always about so Schefter said that a lot of teams were trying to inquire about a trade for him. Or Ian Rapp said Floyd's market was hot, signing quickly after his release from the 49ers. A few teams had inquired about a trade. Now he lands back home. Oh, yeah, J.D. McKissick. He was one. Flipped from the Bills to us, and they hated him. Remember that? Fans hated J.D. McKissick. That was so funny. That was funny. Yeah, J.D. McKissick was hilarious. I completely forgot about that. Chubb is part cyborg. He is. I don't know. We're not done. I don't think we're done with free agency at all. No. Like, this is still super early, guys. Like I said, technically free agency doesn't even start till tomorrow. Like, this is all just the tamper period, but a lot of people are expecting all the signings to happen now. It's not the case. There's still a lot of teams that are going to be making a lot of signings coming up. Imanwari at 29 would be amazing. He's such a freak athlete. Imanwari should definitely be on our radar after losing Chen. Kevin Winston Jr. If we trade back, I feel like he would be in the third round. I would love Kevin Winston Jr. That's my guy, man. And he's from DeMatha. But I'm a giant fan. I think some of the run stopping issues are inherently part of DQ's scheme. I think so, but I think it also had to deal with having Fowler and Armstrong as like your two edge guys. Like I said, they were both heavy rotational guys when they were with the Cowboys, like behind D-Law, behind Micah Parsons. And they kind of just took that front stage, and then people rotated in behind them. It just wasn't that ideal, but you can only do so much in one off season. You know, to be able to fix the team. Cowboys signed gave him a 1 year, $3 million deal. So they are bargain shop. If y'all think we're bargain shopping, that's what Jerry Jones is doing. A 1 year, $3 million deal. I don't know if D-Law's coming back. He said he wanted to, but with these kind of little cheap deals that Jerry's doing, I don't think they're going to be able to work out a deal for D-Law. I really don't. I don't think so. I think Fowler will have a. What's crazy to me is that if you want to see something about a player, Leonard Floyd had a crazy big market, but Fowler doesn't. So what does that tell you? People think Leonard Floyd's way better than Fowler. He lasted like nothing. Literally, he was available for a couple hours. Dante Fowler has not signed with the team yet, so we'll see. I would be shocked if he comes back to us, but the only thing, like with Gallup, it's just that DQ connection. Maybe he wants to come back and play, and I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We haven't heard anything. You know, he's coming in to visit today. We don't know what time or anything like that. So like with McNichols, his only fumble was that kickoff. I don't think he didn't fumble at all last season, right? Besides the kickoff that everyone remembers. Yeah, he had no fumbles running. He just had that one really badly timed fumble on the kickoff. 49ers building special teams. 49ers is another team to watch too. They're going to be crazy. I can't believe they're resetting like they are. The market has spoken, and they're like, we're good on Fowler. I guarantee you Fowler's going to get some crazy cheap deal. Everyone's going to be like, well, what the fuck is that? He just tends to like light, more aggressive personnel over big run stuffing guys. I can see that. I think we do bring in another wide receiver. I think we do. I think so. At this point, bring Fowler back. I don't know. He shot himself in the foot going to social media. He deleted like 3 of them before people could even see him. But yeah, Fowler talked himself off the market and his values. His own head is bigger than he thinks it is. That's what I'm saying. It was a Cam Curl looking in a mirror type situation. Just stupid. Doesn't help whining. Yeah, I mean, I guarantee you his agent was like, what the hell are you doing, dude? Like, why would you? It's a shame when a player has one bad play and it's the end of the world. So that was the one bad play that McNichols had all season, but it was just that bad that fans remember it. And I get it. Like, I understand it. It was a big game. Yeah. I mean, I think Fowler wants to be here. I promise, I guarantee you, they gave him their offer, and he was just like, "What is this? Like, this is embarrassing. Like, this is disrespectful." But if that's what we're going to offer, that's what your market is. And once again, he's still out there for a reason. I would get D-Law. I think he will be good. They said the same thing about Hollywood Brown when he was coming out. Yeah, we'll see. I think he could have a little bit more juice left in him. That foot injury just kind of worries me with a D-Law. We need a DB ASAP. I do agree. Landon Jackson, I could see it. Both D-Law and Brown had some same freak injury. I think D-Law will be fine. Helps you in the pass and run situation. Yeah, like he didn't have to have surgery, so that's great. But like at his age, I would still be excited to get him. I mean, I don't think it's not gonna like, wow, we just got, like, I'm not gonna be crazy excited about it, but I'm like, okay, you know, D-Law, when he's playing well, that dude's a monster. DeMarcus. Who's DeMarcus Christmas? I've never heard of DeMarcus Christmas. It's a hell of a name, though. So, like, last season, obviously, this is not going to look good because of that foot injury. 32 years old, but 2023. Whoops. Second best run defender in the NFL. 7th highest overall grade. 21st in the NFL in pass rushing. Yeah. I mean, if DeMarcus Lawrence can play like this next season, hell yeah. I mean, yeah. And I guarantee you Dan Quinn calls him up and he's like, look, man, we know Dallas is cheap as hell. We know they're not going to give you some deal. But come over here to Washington. We'll play it out for a season or two, whatever you want to do. And, you know, we'll have some fun. The vets Wagner and Ertz took the deal and came back. Yep. Leonard Floyd to Atlanta. Fowler was cool, but he's a hired sniper, a situational pass rusher at best. He definitely did the Cam Curl crash out. We'll find out that are earlier than late about how he feels. So I promise you, like, same thing. People thought Cam Curl was about to get a bag. And I knew it wasn't going to happen. I don't know if y'all remember me and Cam Curl got in a fight on Twitter. But just thinking you're worth so much more and then going to social media about it is crazy. Crazy. I think Gallup is a good Noah Brown replacement. I'm not saying he's about to get 1,000 yards. I'm not saying he's about to be some big time wide receiver. But I think he would fill in Noah Brown's shoes well. I'm not saying he's going to start outside. Hell, he might. I don't know. He didn't play last season, so we'll see. We'll see. But I would not be surprised if he does come here though. I would take Ojulari over Fowler. I would too. Some surprise cuts. Surprise cuts probably aren't gonna. I mean, a lot of them already kind of happened. You're probably not going to see surprise cuts till like June. Those June cuts. Maybe a few other ones would happen, but we'll see. Yeah, Hollywood had the surgery, so that's the difference. He had surgery, but D-Law didn't. But he's also, it happened week 4. So it happened week 4. I feel like he's had plenty of time. Dante isn't just tweeting himself off the Commanders roster. He's giving every GM in the NFL a second thought as well. Yep, for sure. Gallup is a solid wide receiver 3. Don't mind it. Or wide receiver 4, whatever. I would like Westbrook-Akine over Gallup. I do agree. I think he'd be better than Brown. We need someone to catch jump balls besides Terry. Yeah, I do agree. The last hour, Jeremy McNichols came back. Leonard Floyd signed with the Falcons. The Cowboys are being super cheap. Nothing crazy. I think the biggest thing was Jeremy McNichols coming back to Washington. 1-year deal. We haven't heard the terms yet. Might be a while till we hear the contract. Might be like tomorrow. We'll see. I would sign OZ if we do get Gallup. I probably wouldn't get Noah then. I like the McNichols signing, but it makes me wonder about Wiley. Yeah, I did like Wiley too. The other Wiley. He was, he had a couple good moments in the preseason. Nathan with the super chat, appreciate it, man. Said anyone else frustrated not being able to get free agents to come here? Any reason why? I think it's a couple of things. One, AP not wanting to overpay what he's comfortable with, which I respect. I'm never going to be mad at that. 2, a lot of these players in free agency are just going to places where they have a connection to, whether it's coaching, whether it's other players, but also like the city and the area. Like I said, with Javon Holland, he said he has family ties to the Giants. Like he has family members there, so he wanted to go play for the Giants. Obviously, like Joey Bosa wants to go play with his brother, so he would probably go there. Khalil Mack said he didn't want to move. He didn't want to leave at this part of his career. He wanted to stay with the Chargers. So there's a lot of different factors. Every single player, it's going to be different. But one, Washington has to want them. And 2, they have to want to come here. It's not that they wouldn't want to come here. It's just that they would want to go somewhere else where they have ties, once again, family, the area, something like that. But I get it. Like, because especially when we heard like, oh, all these players want to come here. And I think that's the case. But if they can take the same amount of money or maybe even more and go somewhere where they have this connection, they're going to do it. Appreciate the super chat. Skins fan all day. Appreciate you, the super chat. What's up, bro? Don't forget any wide receiver that comes to us has the possibility to be great with JD5 at home. So that's another thing what I'm saying. Like, we got Debo, so I feel like they're not as pressed, to get a top wide receiver because Olamide Zaccheaus produced last year. I didn't think that would happen. Noah Brown got here at the end of August and produced last season with Jaden Daniels. Zach Ertz said his love for the game came back playing here with Jaden Daniels. It's the JD5 effect. So if you have Terry, let's just say Debo, let's just say Gallup, Olamide Zaccheaus, Luke McCaffrey, I'll say Nick Westbrook-Akine, and then just draft a late round guy. You have to imagine those depth guys, those 3, 4, 5 wide receivers are going to have similar success like Olamide Zaccheaus did last year, like Noah Brown did, 500 yards, whatever, 3, 4 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns. Those depth guys, they're all going to elevate with Jaden Daniels. It happened, and our wide receiver room did already get better just adding Debo. Nathan with another super chat. Appreciate you, man. Just feels to me like right now the defense is worse than last year. So I get that, but really, the only thing we lost, like we all knew John Allen was going to leave. And he was out for most of the season anyways. Right? So let me refresh this. The only thing we really, really lost on defense was Jeremy Chin. That's the only thing we really lost on defense was Jeremy Chin. We brought back Wagner. You know, it would have been one thing if we would have lost him. You know, we did get Will Harris. We'll see where they decide to play him at. But the only thing we actually really lost on defense that we weren't expecting to was Jeremy Chin. We all knew John Allen for a while now is not going to come back. Not going to come back. So you lost Chin. You got Will Harris. You got Javon Kinlaw. Obviously, on the offensive side, that's where you got your heavy hitters, your Laramie Tunzel, your Debo Samuel. But, you know, you got to trust we're not done with the defense. You know, if we draft an edge guy, if we draft a corner, you know, maybe a safety, and then use the rest of the picks on like a running back and like a depth wide receiver, I think you're set. If you're bringing back the same team from last year, minus Chin, minus De'Ami Brown, minus John Allen, we all knew John Allen wasn't coming back. Like we knew it was coming. But it feels like it. Like I get it. It feels like the defense, because we had hopes for Myles Garrett, we had hopes for Trey Hendrickson, we had hopes for Travarius Ward and DJ Reed and all these guys, and we didn't get them. So it's like it feels like we failed. But I don't think we did. Anyone else frustrated we can't have every single player we want? Of course we are. DC is never going to get a huge free agent destination. That's another thing too. Like it's super expensive. People would rather go to like Florida and Texas, like no taxes. And let me see. Sign Floyd. Yeah, Atlanta signed Floyd. Let me see. It's the second day of free agency. I know, I get it, but it technically isn't. It's just the second day of the tampering period. I think Charles is definitely on my list. He's one to watch for. Witt said, "Our way doing things ain't for everybody." He did say that. I'm with it. I'm with it. I think they didn't want to overpay for all these guys. Which is fine. I think De'Ami could do a little something in Jacksonville. I think there's a chance. I think there's a legit chance, but we weren't going to pay that. But yeah, players don't want to live in DC. Can't blame them. The players now don't even live in DC. They're in like Northern Virginia and stuff. Let me see real quick. Let me see. All right, I might have to hop off. Yeah, appreciate everyone. Like a lot of people have been sending me like DMs on Twitter and stuff too. To like share on the stream. I appreciate that. Try to get to as many as possible. I try to get to all the DMs, but sometimes it also goes to like the requests and stuff, and it just gets buried. And let me see. I'm trying to see if anything else is cooking up real quick. Kyle Williams would be freaking amazing. Watch, as soon as I get off the live, though, I promise you stuff's going to happen. So, but if anything crazy does happen, I would gladly hop back on the live. But I've got some stuff I've got to do. Let me see. Didn't see anything else really cooking up. So pretty much all that's happened today is Will Harris signing and bringing back Jeremy McNichols. Doesn't really seem like anyone's talking about anything. Let me check my usual people. Yeah, we still technically only have 3 wide receivers under contract. So we haven't heard anything about the Michael Gallup visit either. I don't know when we would. But I don't know. Maybe they're having dinner or something. I don't even know what a visit looks like. Like, is it like a recruitment visit? Like, are we just showing him the facility? Like, take him out to dinner and talk? But I don't know. But we haven't heard anything about the Gallup visit. We're still feeling it from the Rivera era. I'm okay with now overpaying for an extent, but at what point is it just wasting cap space? You can't move it all to the next year, can you? But at the same time, like I don't think people like realize we don't have like a ton. Did I close spot track? Like we're not like it's not like people still think we have like $70 million. Which is not the case. Spot track has us at 47 mil. So we can still make some moves. We still have to re-sign a good bit of ours. But at the same time, you don't want to exhaust this, and then get stuck looking like this next season when it should be a better free agent group. This is not the group you want to be in. So we still have 19 free agents we counted out. And we are sitting at about $47.5 million of cap. There are still some. I'll show y'all this. Real quick before I hop up off of here. My little list of people for today. Leonard Floyd, I didn't put on my list, but he's gone. So D-Law, Justin Simmons, Slay hasn't agreed to a deal with the Steelers yet. Kristen Fulton is gone. Nick Westbrook-Akine is on my list. Justin Reed, Elijah Moore, Demarcus Robinson, Tyler Lockett, I wouldn't mind at all. Eric Stokes, Mike Hilton, slot corner, Stephon Gilmore, Charles Omenihu, and Will Hernandez, the guard. So there's still plenty of people to look at. These are still contributing guys, worth me putting on the list that I would not be mad at all. Maybe some, depth guys at certain positions as well, but still plenty of names to look at and watch out. So maybe we make a trade, but I just don't really see us out on that trade market anymore after all the moves we've made. But Quentin Bell goes to the Dolphins. Let front office cook. Y'all people laughing at our free agency haul last year. Exactly. Like I'm very patient with what's going on because last year, everyone was like, "What is happening?" Even I was like, "Okay, I get it," but still not the sexiest free agency class. But still plenty of names to keep an eye out on, y'all. So, like I said, I've got to head out and do some stuff. But if anything happens, I will pop back up in here. So make sure y'all are subbed up. We were live for a little over 4 hours today. So another long stream. We might do it again tomorrow. We'll see. Because I got some Bleach Report stuff I got to do tomorrow. But if I do decide to go live tomorrow, I will drop it. I'll schedule it on the channel. So you'll see it. But yeah, make sure y'all are subbed up. Hit that thumbs up button so it goes out to other Washington fans. And hit that little bell so you get notified anytime I go live, if it's breaking news, if it's, big signings, anything like that. But if we do like a bunch of stuff tonight, I'll hop back on tonight. No problem. Because I don't sleep anyways. But if not, I'll try to go live for a little bit tomorrow when I have some downtime from work and everything. So I appreciate y'all, man. Make sure y'all are subbed up. Justin, good to see you here, man. But also follow me on social media at Josh Taylor FB if you haven't already. on Twitter, especially. Now that it works, that's nice. But if anything happens, I'll be here. I promise y'all. I'm not really doing much tonight. So if anything crazy goes down, I will go live. But I appreciate it, and I will see y'all next time. Peace.